right.
That's somebody else's fan, but it's fan. What you gonna do now?
Good morning, Ms. Connors.
Good morning.
How are you?
How are you, Miss Mathis?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Good.
That's
I'm just getting my fan.
It's all ten goes to the ring.
Yeah, no, because yeah, it was over. I'm just right next door. God, really?
This is City of Detroit versus Mrs. Patricia Ellen Gaucher, case number SP 701-7281. Appearances, please.
Your Honor, my name is Philip Crawley, P35229. I am your House Counsel today, representing Ms. Gaucher. State your name, please, Ms. Gaucher.
Excuse me, Your Honor. This is Denise. I can hardly hear Mr. Walling.
Boy, I've never heard that before.
I know, that's why I'm speaking up.
I'll try to make it better. Is that, can you say something to?
Testing. Philip Walling, P35229. Any better?
You go, not only is it not better, you're going in and out.
Huh. Okay.
I don't know what we can do on our end, Mrs. Davis.
I understand, Your Honor. I was just allowing Mr. Walling to know that I can't hear him. I thought maybe it was something with his volume. But I'll do the best I can, so, okay.
No, let's get it. Let's get it right.
Let's get Ms. Gusher out first. Oh, yeah, she looked like she's having.
Okay, so, okay, let's go ahead.
Okay.
Mrs. Gaucher, we're gonna dismiss this ticket per the City of Detroit City Attorney. I don't think there's any other matters that are arising from there. So based on that, we're gonna dismiss this ticket, Mrs. Gaucher. Good luck to you. And if you don't have any questions, you're free to leave.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have one thing. Do I get any of my money back or that's yours?
Well, you get any, let's see what we have here for, okay, you posted a $200 bond. Yes, you'll get that money back. I'll have my clerk, return that bond to you, but it's gonna take, a little while to get that bond money back. So if it doesn't come in a month or so, then give us a call or Zoom back in. But are you still at the Wickham address?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then look for that money, but don't look for it too soon, okay?
Thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Ravens stipulate the probable cause.
Oh, can you stipulate the probable cause?
I will stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much and have a great day, Mrs. Gaucher.
Y'all too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
may
Yes.
I ask Mr. Doss whenever he talks to put his appearance on the record? And I didn't get your P number, Mr. Goss.
Attorney Dante Goss, P60162.
Thank you so much. Mr. Walling, I didn't get your P number either.
35229.
I'm sorry, say that again.
35229.
Mr. Lights,
I can't hardly hear you.
Mrs. Lyle.
Yeah, more.
They both have insurance. Mr. Lights, do you have insurance now?
Mr.
I'm
Light.
sorry, it was on mute. Yes, I do. I actually I went to the court. I already did the Zoom on this on when was that? February 26th, and the judge dismissed it, and I don't know why I'm have to go through it again. I've been down to the courtroom and I've called the number that that I was given a couple of times to try to get it taken care of, but the lady, the officer gave me a court date so I can get it taken care of. But I already went through all of this and it was dismissed.
Can you get, the prosecutor wants to show proof of that insurance. Do you have that available right now?
Yes, sir, I do. Can you see it?
Stop moving.
Okay. I'm trying to get it in the camera.
I can't see it.
Hold on, let me turn the camera around. Maybe get a better look at it.
Can you see it?
I saw it. This is insurance.
Okay.
You just told us still really.
Right.
Let me ask a few questions that might help us all. Mr. Likes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Likes,
I see it.
what vehicle is that the insurance for?
2007 Yukon.
That was what you were driving on the day of the ticket?
Yes, sir.
Can I have the last 4 digits of the VIN number?
The last 4 digits of the VIN number is 9678.
I hope that matches the ticket. If it does, I'll move to dismiss.
No objection. No objection. Being called on.
Well, I'll put it on the record. And Ms. Lyle, if you have the same ticket, if you can get your information out as well, then we can do you right after Mr. Light. This is the city of Detroit versus Clifton Lights. Case number SP 107-23671. No insurance misdemeanor. Mr. Lights, I do see that you have provided proof of that insurance. And the city attorney has, are you making a motion to dismiss? Are you making a motion to dismiss, Mr. Wally?
I am making a motion to dismiss. My client is in compliance, Your Honor.
And
No objections, Your Honor.
no objections from the city attorney. Based on that, this case is going to be dismissed, Mr. Lights.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a great day. If you have any other questions, you're able to, you're free to leave.
Yes, my license got suspended. What do I do about that?
So based on that, you should be able to get a clearance in a couple days, right?
Pay the 45. Yeah, pay the 45.
Is there a $45?
Right, because it's a arraignment on bench warrant, so they suspended.
Right. So basically, you have a $45 reinstatement fee that I'm going to waive that fee. Because you said that you've been down there. I'm going to waive that $45 reinstatement fee and just give the court a couple. Just give the court is going to enter it into the system in clearance right now. It takes 2 or 3 days for it to hit the Secretary of State. You should be able to go there and get a license at that point if you don't have anything else out there in other jurisdictions. But you don't have anything here down in 36 districts. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay, you too.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
How are
I'll
you?
be very well. I'll be right with you, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Miss Lyle, that I went and took you out of turn a little bit. So I apologize for that. You were the first one on this morning, so I'm gonna take yours right now. Did you find that paperwork for your insurance?
Yes. Can you see it?
Let's see.
I could do my brilliant voir dire again, Judge.
Yeah, you wanna do that? Let me call the case. This is City of Detroit versus Marisha Danielle Lyle, case number SP 111-76961. One count of no insurance misdemeanor. Is this here? I see that I'm going to remove the warrant in this case. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea on Ms. Lyle's behalf. And counsel.
Your Honor, my name is Philip Walling, representing Ms. Lyle. State your name, please, Ms. Lyle.
Narissa Danielle Lyle.
And Your Honor, were you able to see the necessary information on Ms. Lyle's attorney?
I was able to see that. I need your P number too, Mr. Wallen.
35229. Don't make me say how old I am every case, Your Honor.
So let me ask you, do you have a motion you want to present, Mr. Wallen?
Yes, my client is in compliance. I'm asking the court to dismiss this matter.
No objections, Your Honor.
Seeing here no objections, I'm going to grant your motion to dismiss. And Mrs. Lyle, I am going to waive the reinstatement fee on your matter as well, and you will be all set. Unless you have any other questions for the court, then you're free to leave.
Okay, I have a question. So you waived the reinstatement fee.
Right.
So I can get my license back in 2 to 3 days, you say?
You're be clear to hear today. That usually takes about 2 or 3 days to get to the Secretary of State's system. Yes, unless you have something else out there in the world that I don't know about. But
No,
you'll be clear.
But no, when I got pulled over for driving on suspended license, I don't have to pay none of that.
I don't see you driving on suspended license.
That's how I knew it was suspended. I got pulled over about 2 months ago.
Yeah, the only well, if you got pulled over 2 months ago, then I can understand why they said it was suspended, because this case was in September.
Yes.
The offense was in September. So at some point in January, they issued a warrant.
Yes. And I got pulled over maybe the middle of March. That's how I found out my license was suspended.
Right.
And for the improper plate, my plate was stolen. That's why I got pulled over, because I still don't have a plate. I have a appointment Monday at the Secretary of State to get a replacement plate.
All right, so you should be good then to get a license. As far as like I say, 36 District Court, you don't have any other matters down here. That improper plate is going to be dismissed. You don't have to pay the reinstatement fee, and it sounds like you should be fine.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Lyles, if there's nothing else, then you have a great day and good luck to you.
You do the same.
Thank you very much.
Attorney Jones already?
You're Mr. Jones. Mr. Garner? Mr.
Yes,
Jones?
sir.
Let's talk, Mr. Garner.
Yes, 7 matters.
Right.
And what I can do is dismiss mine. But these 3, he should plead to 3 of the 7. There's 2. That's your call because these are all state matters. One has to be this. There has to be at least a limited access. You can do limited access 5-0, which is no points. Because, but that's a speeding ticket. So we normally don't let that go. And you can do, I guess this could be blockading. Dismiss everything else.
So we got limited access. And blockading on this.
You can dismiss the rest of them. And the reason why, I'm putting have something the speed again, we drop all those up that we have straight on. Yeah, so drive about FTEs, get like 2 FTEs on there. Thank you.
So. All right, Mr. Garner. And we got Mr. Walling on the line, so I don't think there'll be really much objection to this. But you let me know. So I have here an offer would be to plead 1 to 5 over limited access to the speeding ticket, and then plead to blockading traffic on the disregarding red ticket, and dismiss the rest of the matters.
Is that including the one that's on the docket for today for improper license?
That you dismiss everything.
Well, Mr. Garner, you're walking away with no points in this matter and saving yourself quite a bit of money.
And I'm going to charge you a $175 fine for the blockading traffic. And I'm going to fine you I don't see the limited access fine.
Access, you want to let you know?
What, is it the same as the one?
I need to verify because it's something, limited access. What's the speed limit that you give them?
1. We're getting a fine for the limited access.
1 to 5 is 125.
Okay, so that'd be 125. And Mr. Garner.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garner, you're gonna have to pay for the reinstatement fees. I'll waive the warrant fees if there's any warrant fees attached to this, but you're gonna have to pay all the reinstatement fees as well, all right?
Yes, sir.
Did I hear there were 6 tickets, Your Honor?
1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tickets. I have 9 here.
All right. That's an additional $405, Mr. Garner, just so you know.
Okay.
Let's get a number on that from Mr. Garner, because I don't know if they've assessed him on the civil infractions. Some of them are old.
All the old ones, you know they did. So it's just the newer ones, right?
Oh, yeah.
If it be 2022, 2020, they might not have anything past that 2019. They assessed it.
He don't have one. Well, he got him inside the tickets.
So
The most it could be, Mr. Gardner, is that $405.
That's not the real price.
Yeah.
Probably got late fees.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is, let's call the cases. This is the city of Detroit. Strike that. This is the state of Michigan versus Dwight Leonardo Garner. Case number SP 1095838, counts 1 and 2. Case number SP 1072981. Case number SP 113184111. Case number SP 3584081. Case number SP 3584083. Case numbers SX 3797723, counts 1, 2, and 3. Your appearance for the record, please.
Your Honor, my name is Philip X. Walling, representing Dwight Garner. State your name, please, sir.
Dwight Leonardo Garner.
Your Honor, today's the show cause on the docket. We waive any kind of formal reading of the complaint and warrant. Further, Your Honor, any of the cases of civil infractions that are in default, I move to set aside the defaults.
No, I don't hear any objection from the people. I'll set aside the defaults.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll enter a not guilty plea on Mr. Garner's behalf.
Thank you, Judge. My understanding there is an offer that if my client pleads responsible to the amended charge of 1 to 5 over and the blockading traffic ticket, the balance of the tickets to be dismissed. Is that what you wish to do, Mr. Garner?
Yes, sir.
Now, I have not had the opportunity to give him his trial rights, Your Honor, but this is civil infractions right now. And you're only pleading responsible to those. You understand that, Mr. Garner?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the people have to prove this case against you by a preponderance of the evidence, which is the lowest standard of law, like a 5149 kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
So by pleading guilty today, you're giving all that up. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Garner, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Garner, on the date of January 10th, 2015 at approximately 8:53 a.m., or did you have an occasion of traveling on westbound Davison, eastbound Davison in Linwood?
Yes, sir.
And did you run a red light on that day?
Yes, sir.
And, okay, and you got stopped by a Detroit police officer for running that red light, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I'm gonna accept this responsible plea and to the amended count of blockading traffic. I'm gonna assess a $175 fine in that matter. Mr. Garner, on July 5th, 2020, at about 4:51 p.m. in the area of southbound Evergreen and Elmira, did you have an occasion to be pulled over by a Detroit police officer for speeding?
Yes, sir.
And you were stopped for speeding because you were speeding, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to accept your responsible plea to the amended count of limited access 1 to 5 over, which is a 0-point offense, and I'm going to assess a $125 fine in that matter. Based on your responsible pleas in these, the rest of the matters are going to be dismissed. Mr. Garner, I am going to allow you as much time as you need to pay these matters. How much time do you need, Mr. Garner?
Next Friday, sir.
All right. So just for a control date, Mr. Garner, we're going to give you till July the 7th, 2021 to pay them. If you can pay them by next Saturday, great. And you do understand that there's going to be some other $45 reinstatement fees that you're going to have to pay too. So I'm not in control of when you pay the $45 reinstatement fees. I'm just in control of what you have here, the fines that I've assessed today.
Okay.
So if you find yourself in a situation where you can't pay the fines that I've assessed today by this July the 7th date, then please zoom back in so we can get you another date, because I don't want this to compound with penalties and things like that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, but the $45 fees, you're gonna have to get those paid before you can approach the Secretary of State to get a license.
Yes, sir.
You have any other questions, Mr. Garner?
No, I do not, sir.
All right, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you zooming in this morning. And if there's nothing else, then you're free to leave, Mr. Garner. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Judge, I just got one question. I know he pleaded to 2 civil infractions. Which case numbers are he pleading to?
I'm gonna go take this.
Oh, you need it? Okay.
Right now, I'm trying.
This iPhone, good morning. Good morning with the iPhone.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You're what's your name?
Cicero Green.
Mr. Green?
Yep.
I don't see you up today. Let me see. Let's see if, so spell your first name.
On the phone with Attorney Gary Jones.
Oh, you would, oh, okay, I gotta get Mr. Jones back on the line. No, he's with Gary Jones. They're doing something. Spell your first name for me.
It's Tesuro. It's Tsuro.
Tsuro.
Yes.
Green. No E on the back of that green?
No.
Dwayne,
Pardon me?
the middle name?
Yes, Dwayne.
Mr. Jones,
Yes, Your Honor.
good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Your Honor? Your Honor,
Very well.
Your Honor, I hate to kind of crash your docket, but a situation was brought to my attention approximately last week where a defendant, Mr. Tesaro Green, he appeared before Judge Langston, and he got a letter from the Secretary of State where the wrong offense was abstracted. You know, it wasn't what he pled to in front of the court. He pled to a limited access. I think it was less than 5 miles, which is supposed to be a 0-point offense, and they abstracted, I think, 65 and a 55 or something crazy to that nature. And so he ended up with 1 point on his record. And so, you know, we went from a 6-point offense, Your Honor, down to to no offense. Excuse me 1 second, Your Honor. So that's what we're dealing with essentially.
Okay, what date was that? Do you know?
I do not know the date, Your Honor. Mr. Green might have some paperwork showing when it was abstracted, but
I
if we,
do have the date. It was October 15th. Well,
no, not the date of the incident. The date we were
April 15th.
April 15th.
Yeah, and I would like to say something if I do have the time.
Just give me a minute. Hey, Gary, Mr. Jones, do you want me to put you guys in the breakout room so you guys can talk, or have you talked?
I've already talked with this young man, Judge. The issue that he has is I've explained to him that originally he was charged with DWLS, and he was also charged with no insurance, failing a yield sign, running a yield, failure to stop at a yield sign. Both of those were 3-point offenses. The deal is we negotiated with the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor agreed to a failure to display a non-pointable offense that wouldn't be abstracted. And he agreed to a limited access, which also wouldn't be abstracted. So he had 2 0-point offenses which would not be abstracted. And Mr. Green is not happy with those offenses because he says, I wasn't speeding. The police car,
No,
which is in this case, wait, hold on. In this case, a police car hit his vehicle. And he says, if he pleads to those offenses, it bars him from having a potential lawsuit. I explained to Mr. Green, you don't have, in my opinion, you don't have a lawsuit because you weren't supposed to be on the road, period, in the state of Michigan, because you don't have a valid license and have not had one, which means that you were barred. You're barred, per my understanding of the case law, from a cause of action. But I said, that has nothing to do with my representation. My representation was, I relayed an offer to you. You accepted that offer. The judge asked you, did anyone threaten or promise you anything to accept that offer? You said no, and you took the offer. I told him if he wanted to try to withdraw his plea, he could go back to facing the original charges, or he could have me correct the record, which is what I'm trying to do, and have him have the right charges be entered into the computer.
All right. Well, what I see here for that October 15th date, I do see that, he pled to a limited access 1 to 5 over, but that was a failed to yield right of way or interference with the traffic. That was the original ticket.
Correct.
Yeah, so like, the original tickets that they did give me that is correct. And I feel like that should be dismissed because that was wrong. And like when he said I failed to yield, there was like caution cones in the center of traffic. So like you know, like you stop at a stop sign and then you have cones. So like I kind of like slowed up there to make sure no traffic was coming, and then like some traffic
Let me stop you, Mr. Green. Let me just, we're not gonna, right now, I mean, I understand that you feel that wasn't right. I guess the question right now is do you, are you gonna be allowed to withdraw your responsible plea and relitigate this? So I'm just looking at.
I honestly don't. In this situation, I don't know how to handle. To be honest with you, Your Honor. And
that's why you got a lawyer here. That's why you got a very good lawyer here on the line.
Yeah, and I have him to help me in this situation, and I honestly think that all of this stuff should be dismissed. As far as the driving with no license, I honestly can say I'll take a plea for that and take responsibility for that. But as far as like
what I explained to him,
I wasn't going.
Excuse me, Dante goes on behalf of the people.
Mr. Green,
I didn't really ask you.
Can you hold on 1 second?
Yes.
Your Honor, Dante goes on behalf of the people, P60162. Your Honor, the city would object to any type of relitigation of this matter. Mr. Green took the opportunity to accept the responsibility for these charges with Judge Langston. He reclaimed his rights, and we would be here all day, every day, if litigants would, change their mind and come in and say, hey, I think it's wrong. I don't like what happened. But he had the opportunity to discuss this issue with his counsel. He accepted the plea, and at this time, the city will object to any type of dismissal of these matters.
Well, and Judge, I explained to him, I said, you wouldn't be entitled to a...
Hold on, Mr. Jones. I'm gonna go off the record. Mr. Green, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room and have some discussion with your attorney, and we will get you back in just as soon as we can, all right?
Okay. Judge, can you connect me with the prosecutor as well?
Yeah, I got you, Mr. Jones.
Right. I gotta go get my iPad. I gotta get my iPad to go to the breakout room. My iPad in my office.
Oh, you're gonna go to the breakout room with the computer?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna open up a breakout room. Mr. Waller.
Yes, sir.
This is the situation that I was talking about. We don't have anybody else that's checked in this morning. It was a light docket. And I'll be willing to just allow you to go do the other work that you have to do. And if someone comes on, then I'll just give you a call. How about that? You don't text message Mr. Walling?
I
All right.
email, but not so very well.
So you got that?
What's up?
Pardon me?
I do.
All right, I'll call you then.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'll sign off so you don't have to look at me anymore. Thank
All
you,
right.
Judge. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Are you gonna be back are you gonna be our courtroom prosecutor this afternoon?
House counsel, no, sir.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. House counsel, I'm sorry. All right.
Hey, gotta know all the players, Judge.
Yes,
Be well, sir.
I'm learning. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You don't have your attorney, right?
Mr. Jones? Oh, he's in the room.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, you're there still.
Yes, I am, Your Honor. I'm waiting to be connected with the prosecutor.
I'm waiting on him to get his equipment together.
Okay.
As soon as he does that, then I'll put you in the room with him.
Okay. That'll work.
All right, looks like he might be there.
No, yeah. Don't lie. Okay, it's up. 313. 335.
I'm connected, Your Honor.
I got you.
That was Lewis again.
Who's that?
Lewis, Judge Langston's.
He
want his job back. Keep coming in.
What does he just want this room?
I don't know. That was him. All of that. Chair back, son.
What did he say?
He started laughing.
He laughed at you. What did he say?
He told me he's not gonna bother me again. He promised. I said, don't laugh for the record. Don't do it.
All right, let me get these things signed. What do we have this green? We didn't get to him. He didn't come in. Let me finish this one.
Oh, no, Devin Green is a warrant judge.
Huh?
He's a warrant from Jimmy Fox.
Oh.
Okay, you just gotta sign it.
You know, I'm gonna get in trouble my first week. You know that.
We'll make that the five.
No, dismissed all that other Greens, Garner's cases. Yeah, I know. I mean, what they gonna do? You know what I'm saying? I'm the judge, right?
Right.
I like that, people.
Justice don't always have to be putting people in jail.
No, it doesn't.
It does. I mean, I find
Some, you know, when I was practicing, some judges were so hardcore on this stuff. And the other ones were, you love those judges that we're willing to help you out.
I understand. Because Judge, was it Judge Hathaway? Yeah, Judge Hathaway, Michael Hathaway. I like working with him because he made a good point. He said when he's on the bench, he said he has kids, so he look at all these people like they're his kids, and he wants to try to. He explains all their rights, and nobody, the staff never liked the fact that he did that. It took time
Mhm.
He said, I'm explaining to these people all their rights. They're never gonna leave here and not know their rights.
Yeah,
And that's what he would do.
'cause that's the most important part.
Yeah, he said people would be like, he takes too long to do this, he but he's explaining their rights. He said, they take him all the time.
We forgot to open up.
Dang, my bad.
He's so happy they ain't called. They worried about them calling his name and put it back down on that.
That's your job, people. You gotta be.
People.
I'm trying to get back in the flow. I was trying to get back in the flow of things, you know, this.
I know you had to get your mind right. They threw you off, huh?
Yeah, that and was just like, it's cause like usually this Langston, this Langston that always did it herself too. It kind of threw me off a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm
You opened
like,
up the corner herself?
yeah, she was doing it herself. So I'm like, cause like one time I tried to do it for her, but she said, "Sit down, people." Yeah, I'm like, okay.
She was
She was a handful, boy.
She was funny though to me.
I know she was.
She was. She told this one guy he was when he wouldn't get his tickets together. He was like 18. She was like, "You're going to be going to the prom in Uber."
I remember that one. Yeah, I was there for that one.
That was so funny because you know these young people don't want to go. He was like, "Judge." He said, "Don't get your license." So he was like, he learned the lesson real fast. He was like, "Judge, I can't do that." I was like, kid was like, "Judge, how could you say?" He was like, "Don't get your license then." She knew he did not. That little kid didn't want to hear that. Yeah, you know that's the highlight of the summer. That kid was like,
Oh man,
that was hilarious. We was on YouTube too. I hope anybody here.
the chief judge.
And we couldn't laugh because we was on Uber, so we laughed.
We gotta give him a show.
And the judge was talking. We couldn't laugh. We was all like, we was in here like, we can't even laugh.
I did when I went to the hallway. That's why I got up and left like that. So I get it on my system.
You went out to the hall?
Yeah.
That's how you have to go. You can't even laugh sometimes. You can sit in here like,
Like when you saw me do this, I'm like, oh shit.
I'm gonna miss her. She gone. I mean, I would always do that for her.
I sometimes don't miss it. I sometimes don't miss it.
Of course.
Just that's the last time I had what's his name? Mitchell LeBron. And she made me so mad. My brother was in the courtroom at the time. He was trying to get somebody else.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I guess Your Honor acutely found the problem, and I appreciate you, Your Honor, for recognizing the error. And if we could just get that straightened out with the Secretary of State, we'll be good.
Okay, and what was the resolution, Mr. Jones?
The resolution is, I believe you noticed in the computer that it was supposed to be for 1 to 5, which is a non-pointable offense. But for some reason, it was listed as 65 and a 55. And this young man ended up with a point on his record, and it caused all kinds of problems with the Secretary of State. What we wanted to...
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I don't see any anywhere that it was listed as that. Tickets.
Judge, he says he can fax you the documents.
Okay.
I can't fax them, but I got the record ID number if you need.
No. Is there a way that you can send those papers that erroneously show what they show to the court?
I can send you a picture of it and you can send it to him. I don't know how.
Judge, you have an email they can send it to, he can send it to?
Yes, s.perkins@36districtcourt.com.
Write this down. S?
No, I'm sorry, Sean dot Perkins.
Sean dot Perkins. Okay, you got that?
Say that again. Hold on 1 second.
Listen to the judge on Zoom. Get on Zoom.
Tell him to zoom back in.
Zoom back in. Oh, this is why I do not like doing traffic, man. I love doing criminal cases.
I already know.
Here, I'm gonna let you know what is in here, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
I'm gonna run each flow. Let's wait and see him sign back.
Judge, can he have the court telephone number? I got another Zoom here.
No, here, I'm on Zoom. I could show him on Zoom right here.
You can email it to me.
Yeah, email it to me.
I'm gonna send it in the chat. I'm gonna put my email in this chat.
Hey, Judge, and people wonder why I like doing murder cases and AWAMs.
All right, let me go over what we have, because I don't know if we can do much, and I'll defer to my clerk and ask, but if it's in the system here as what it is, and I was willing to go over each one of the tickets that I see with your name behind it, then I don't know much more we can do. But I see on, let's see, the first one. I see on the offense date is 11/7/18. You had a 1 to 5 over posted speed limit, and that speed allowed was 30 and a 25. And in that case,
What date is that?
That offense date was November 7th, 2018. And I'm just going through each one of them with you. And I'm showing you how it appears.
This, Denise, I'm sorry, is this for the record?
No, it's not for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have that one too. I see that one. It shows.
Okay, so that one you don't have any problem with. Then the next one, it is the on this 10/15/20 date that we're talking about, you had a failure to display operator's license, that you pled to a failure to display operator's license. It says amended from. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, I went to court and I think I went to court for all those and was paying on my tickets, but I never got a chance to pay the rest of those. And I see
that you owe 139 on that first ticket we talked about. You owe 265 on the second ticket, and here's the third ticket, the limited access. It seems like you got on the same day you had no license, and that was a failed to yield originally, and it was amended to a limited access 1 to 5 over, no points. That's how, and it was a speed allowed 65 and a 55. So it's in our system as a plea to a limited access 1 to 5 over, and that's no points.
But it says here on this piece of paper that I got 1 point on my license, and it was only supposed to be suspended for 30 days, but they ended up sending me another letter for the moving violation saying that it was suspended for a year now. And I was trying to pay all my tickets in this upcoming month or so. And this issue here now just kind of got me in a position where I can't go to work or anything like that. And I'm trying to go back to work, and I have rent and stuff like that. So it's just, I only thought it was going to be suspended.
Well, I'm not your lawyer, but I don't know. I've never heard of a 1 point allowing you not to get a license unless you have so many other points out there in the world. I
don't think I have any other points on my license. It don't show any other points on all of these papers that I have. It only shows that I have 1 point from that moving violation that they gave me showing the speed limit. It says actual speed 65 and then posted 55. So when I seen that, I'm like, they're gonna try to take my license for this because that looks like something crazy, you know. And I didn't really do that, you know. And
No, it's not in the system. That limited access.
so how can I email this photo to you so you can see? Because it has a record ID number if you need that.
You can email it. Do you see that, my clerk put an email address in the chat, so you can email that, but other than that. And see how that is.
I'm gonna email this right now.
Limited access. 65 and 55, that's to let them know they're on the freeway, so that's why he's able to get them.
So I'm like, how, and then it's like, I'm thinking like, how was I doing a 65 from a failure to yield? You know, that doesn't seem right because if I failed it to yield.
What you're reading there, Mr. Green, is you're reading, they originally wrote the ticket for failure to yield. And you agreed on the record that you wanted to have a ticket with no points. So when you made that agreement, they amended that ticket for you for limited access. So when you look at the other things, speed 65 and the 55, the only way they can give you a limited access is to say that you were on the freeway at the time of the incident.
It's supposed to be a 60 and 55.
Oh, okay.
So 60 and 55 would be 0 points.
No, Judge.
Okay,
I
found it, Attorney Jones. Just hold on a second. I found the issue.
I wasn't on the freeway at all.
Just hold on. It should be 60 and the 55. Okay.
I just sent you the photo.
All right, we don't need it.
I'm gonna fix it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna call downstairs to traffic and have them submit a clearance to the Secretary of State.
Okay.
But he still gotta cut me. You ain't on?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Did he pay? No, he still want to.
He owes a bunch of them.
And that's why I don't, something's not right.
So do we need to go on the record to do that? No. Okay, we see what the problem is. We're gonna fix that issue. It's supposed to be 60 and a 55 instead of 65 and a 55. That's where the 1 point came from. So once my clerk changes it in the record to 60 and a 55, then that limited access will be, it'll drop that down from 1 point to 0 points.
Okay.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
That effectively does what you wanted to do today?
It does, Your Honor.
All right.
And so I don't know if he needs to get an amended copy of his order. I told him he could go to the court and maybe he can pick up a copy from the court so that he can take it to the Secretary of State.
Well, if once we enter it into the system, then it'll automatically go to the Secretary of State, right?
I always tell people, get a copy of your paperwork. You know?
But Mr. Jones, your client was, I mean, going to the secretary, he's owes well over $1,000 in fines that he won't be able to pay.
I know.
I mean, that he'll be able to get a license until he pays those things anyway.
That's what I told him. But
I'm gonna make sure I pay those within this year is up. I just the situation I'm in, I don't work right now, and I've been having a living situation, and the only reason I was in this situation because of emergency. So like I haven't been really driving as much. So like.
Well, I hope you haven't been driving at all.
Yeah, I'm not gonna drive at all. So like right now I'm focused on paying all of my tickets first, and then getting the license, and then going back to work.
Okay, well, by the time you know, if this stuff will be corrected administratively, and that'll hit the Secretary of State, and that'll remove that 1 point off of your license. And once that's done, you know, it's gonna be on you to pay the fines whenever you can, and then you can go back, but the part that, you guys call in for today will be taken care of, and that's, that'll be it,
Okay.
okay?
And I told him, Judge, he can't get a license back till he pay that what he owes, and so
I know, Gary, and I'm going to pay that. I promise. I'm going to make sure I pay it.
don't promise me. You just do it.
I got you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're very much welcome. If that's nothing further, Mr. Green, and you have a great day and good luck to you.
You too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
I think he's still on.
Please leave your number and I will return your call. Thank you. Record.
I just turned off what. Wait. Of course he wanted to withdraw everything because he don't want to pay all the fine.
But he's gonna pay it anyway.
I know.
Especially
I really give us some breaks in the hallway. Okay.
for 6 points, 1 point. I will take the 1 point. You can shut up, Bob. You know, in the scheme of things.
I mean, once he pay it, it's gonna be submitted electronically, SOS.
Right.
They'll get the update with the points. Hopefully, but I'm still gonna call them and make sure.
Let's
But
see.
he ain't even, excuse me, y'all, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Let's see. That's the 20, yeah, that's the 20 stuff. So.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, you ain't even paid nothing.
No.
It's been a month.
That's
You
gonna
ain't
make
paid
it
nothing.
funny, it's like.
Then he
He
said,
saw one thing on there, he was like, oh God, I'm gonna try to get all my stuff now.
then he got the nerve to say, I'm trying to go to work and stuff. Oh, but
I
then
don't
it
drive
changed.
as much.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he changed it. He's like, well, once I pay this off, then I can go to work. That's not what you said a couple of minutes ago. A couple of minutes ago, you said, you know, this 1 point is stopping him from getting going to work.
But he was right though. He's looking at it right.
The
I-
1 point
I
is
give
stopping him
that.
from going to work. Where's the bus stop working?
Nah, he ain't going to work.
Right.
I got to do when I'm getting to work. I mean, I'm just.
Let's see.
I catch the bus if I have to.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, I do.
This is the only town though that I haven't been to that look, getting on the buses, you looked at it, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of sideways. Everybody else, they got buses, public.
But our bus system is not as good as those other places too, though.
No, I know.
Like in other
Our
cities?
whole,
Other cities, yeah.
whatchamacallit, transportation.
Infrastructure sucks.
Yeah.
Why would it be?
You
Because
don't
this
have
is
a
the
car.
motor city, they sell cars.
Exactly. That's
Motor
So
City
why
Road,
would
and that's
they
who-
make the bus like that? And this is the motor city.
Because-
P3. They have never do
because-
that. They never had the idea of doing that.
But you know
They
who
sell
did
a car.
that? They did that, General Motors did that.
Well,
And-
that would defeat the purpose.
Well, it would defeat the purpose for General Motors because they're in the business of making money.
All three of them.
Yeah, but General Motors controls the
But
city at the time.
They don't
that means
care
they're
about the bus
controlling
route.
that, right.
They don't care about the bus system.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
And that, this was 60, 70 years ago, they decided to make this motor city, everybody needs the car.
Yep.
Okay, I watched a documentary about one of Henry Ford's documentary. In the beginning, when he was establishing the cars, they wanted him to pay a fee for all drivers. He refused because you know why? It was defeating him from making money. The fine was too hard. He fought the state of Michigan, the state, so he wouldn't have to pay this fine for each driver. He gave it to
Now,
the driver.
what kind of fines were they talking about?
It was some type of fine that came with the cars,
Fee.
a fee that he was going to have to originally be responsible for. They turned it over to the drivers. They trying to make money. He wasn't trying to pay these fees. They don't care whether we catch the bus or not.
As long as you get there to make this cars.
Yeah,
You don't care how you
they
get
don't
there.
If we had a transit system, we wouldn't need cars.
Yeah.
It take you 3 hours to get somewhere, because I did it one day, because I don't have a car for a couple years. So I wanted to get out to somewhere. It took me 3 hours on the bus system. It takes me 15 minutes in my car.
Crazy.
Crazy. And I still had to walk.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. They don't care no more. Cause why don't when you on Jefferson trying to catch the bus, Smart Rat right past you.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me? And you can weigh them down, they not stopping, they don't care.
Because they don't pick up in the city.
They don't, why would you pick me up? I'm trying to get.
Because that's the Detroit, because you're gonna be taken away from the Detroit system. You see what I'm
The
saying?
Detroit system is not coming.
It's
It's like people just trying to move. They ain't trying to.
That's been an argument for long before we were born, right?
Yeah.
They had a proposal back in the 40s or 50s to make this subway system. And they had it all drawn up and everything.
Mhm.
Again, General Motors jumped in, but what the problem is who's gonna control it? That's what the city was there. So is the city gonna be able to control it, or is the outside people gonna be able to control it? And I saw the thing, this is recently I saw this, I didn't know. And they could never get to be who's gonna be able to have to pay and control the system. And I was like, man, that was so.
They don't want to do it.
So Detroit doesn't want to give up. See, just like what Monica Conyers was talking about. Don't give up Cobalt Hall. Don't give up Belle Isle. Those things have been sold now, essentially. So Detroit doesn't own those. Those aren't assets.
Don't give up the water.
Well, that's another issue.
Why would you give up the
That's
water
a big
department?
deal. You know, this is the best and most elaborate water system in the country.
Why give it up?
And that's what they've been trying to do. The people outside in
Other states.
out county,
Yeah.
this is what their whole motive is to get the assets of the city and take it over.
Right.
And they know if they get that water, that's game, set, match.
It was an article, it was 15 years ago, it was an article I read in the Detroit newspaper. I'll never forget this article. It was about the water. In the article, it was saying that at that time in 2006, when I read it, that's how it had such an impact on me, that they wanted to pump out 500 billion gallons of water out of the state of Michigan daily into other states. But since Michigan is, encompassed by the Great Lakes is covered by Indiana, Canada, all of them got to sign the treaty. They refused to do it. This is how bad they wanted the water. They wanted to pump it out daily for the other states. So they get control of the water. That's everything. And they wouldn't sign the treaty, but it's still going out in bottled water form. Because most of the bottles.
Nestle's is getting it. Nestle's is pumping water out, and that's a big deal going on now. They're taking the resources and they're making a profit on them. You know what I'm saying?
And not paying for
We
it.
got natural, like Texas.
Not paying for it.
Not paying.
Yeah. But at
It's
least
still
it's
going out
not
in bottled
500
form.
million gallons a day.
Huh?
Nestle's not pumping out that much. They pumping
But
out
they
a lot.
wanted
but-
to run pipelines
Oh,
to
yeah.
get it out. But they wouldn't sign it. Indiana, Ohio, they all have to sign the treaty. But that was interesting because, and then I seen this other documentary. It was a little town in Wisconsin that sits off of Lake Superior. They were saying in a couple of years their well water was going to dry up and there wasn't going to have any water. And they was just 20 miles from good water and they couldn't get to the source.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's serious. But that was a long time ago, that article.
I'll have a warrant, stamp
You don't
on
have
that.
nothing.
Yeah, there's a lot of politics that goes on to it and money. When I saw that subway system, it was in the, it was on what you call it, it was on in the article in the paper not too long ago. And I'm a Detroit, historian nut. I never seen that before.
Mhm.
So it doesn't look like we're gonna get anybody else this morning.
That's kind of why I have a lot of work. So.
I'll be in my office if you need.
All right.
So what, yesterday you texted me real late, what was going on?
We had somebody come in.
Man, that was late.
Yeah. We had somebody come in. And the other thing,
That's nothing. What I say so far.
Good morning, the iPhone, what's your name?
Sade Garrett.
Miss Gary, how are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Driving my license suspended. Okay, Ms. Garrett, I see you got a lot going on today.
Yes.
We're gonna see if we can help you get this stuff cleared up.
Okay.
Give me a minute, let me, allow me to get some of these ROAs printed out. And
We don't have some of them.
when we get your files together, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room and give me a minute, okay?
Okay.
All right.
T.
Can you print all those out?
We got some of the tickets, and you just want the ROAs.
How many you talking about?
She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 warrants. She's got 1 pending. That would be the case today. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4 she has to pay.
Got seven.
Is one of them the U ticket?
This you took it not even listed in here. Let me write her name.
Oh, cause no, it's 2012, that's why.
You think it might be dismissed? Let me just see. She got a U ticket on here, but I'll move it. Okay. That's 920. No, it's closed. This one's closed. That's closed. Let me just print all of these tickets.
It's not that old, so I wouldn't mind allowing her to.
You want me to call him? Okay. This is.
Good morning, Council. Judge Perkins. We have one, if you can sign back on, we may or may not need you. Thank you. Green is gonna show up. Well, this needs
Risky didn't show up. Risky for the review today.
Risky.
Yes, the very first one.
I don't see the sort of first one. Is that today?
Yeah, Thursday, June 3rd. 8:25.
Oh, okay, I see. This order, no, I don't see it.
Okay. Maybe we might have to do another complete recommendation from the rec out. I'll email it. You want these?
He won't be.
Some of the tickets are in here, but I just printed them just to make it easier.
So
This is everything right here.
That should be everything.
This is
I tried to
everything. So I'm
print-
not even gonna worry about these. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, they're probably just duplicates. I just did it to make
what
everything.
I'm hoping,
easier.
is to be
Here, I'm
consistent.
gonna give you this too, so you can just verify it, just in case I missed something.
Be consistent how? What do you mean?
As far as we had, Mr.
So this
Yeah,
is
Mr.
everything.
White Honor,
You can
all
verify.
those matters. He pled to civil infractions. And the rest were dismissed. She has some civil infractions here. And I would hope that we can be as consistent with her as we were with Mr. Perkins. Hey, you know, only they say life isn't fair, but we try to be as fair as possible, right?
Yeah, but you know, that one, they were all state matters. I'm totally, I was out of the mix on that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you put that one on me then.
You know, I got higher ups I got to answer to.
I know. I probably got a higher ups I got to answer to too, and they'll be calling.
Yeah, that's gonna be, you know, on election day only though.
Not necessarily. I mean, that's why I realized too, but at the end of the day, hey, you got to make a decision, right? So
Make a decision and
that's
make a decision and ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, it's ask for forgiveness instead of permission, right?
Yeah.
And my directive from the governor, when she called and appointed me, she said, be bold. So I'm gonna be bold.
That's what she said.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't think she had to tell me that. I thought I was already pretty bold anyway, but when you hear it from.
She gave you permission to
when
be
you
bold.
get permission to that, then, hey. So she said it.
Oh, that was close.
Okay.
So, Mr. Wallen, we have Mrs. Garrett in the waiting room, and she has a number of matters that are in warrant status. You have a docket sheet there with you, huh?
I do. She's only one case on the docket.
Right. Well, when you pull up her name, she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cases in warrant status, and she has 1, 2, 3, 4 cases that are in default status. They're all relatively new. I think the oldest one I saw was 2019, and then she has the 1 case pending.
So 10 in all.
10 in all.
So here's what we can do, Your Honor.
I see 11.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10.
So
Somewhere between 10 and 11 cases. Got it. Is there an offer at this time, or are we just looking to get her back on track?
And the way I was taught, and this is just my 1 week's worth of training under a very, very, very accomplished lawyer, judge, and very decent person, Judge Larry Williams. He was willing. His staff. They said, "Hey, plead to something of the two and dismiss the rest." I mean,
Does that work for you, Your Honor?
That worked perfectly for me.
So, Your Honor, 6 state tickets, 4 city tickets.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do what I did before.
All right.
Leave on the state, dismiss the city.
All right.
So,
Okay.
but you said 11.
I see 11, so I see the SP 9592192. I see counts 1, 2, and 3. That's 3. Then I see SP 9592221. That's 4. You following me?
Yep. Since it's more, no matter whatever the 5th one is, the last one is still more state tickets, so I'm fine with keeping to the state. So if this is, however you want to,
Yeah, 1,
to do
2,
it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe one of them is missing. Is you? Let me see. You only got 10 printed? Okay, let me see.
Yeah, so I'm good. So whatever the court pleasure, I'm with it. Even though I'm saying 2 tickets is very, very generous, Your Honor.
It is, but I mean, look at what we're dealing with. We got the young lady that 93, and I don't know what her work situation is like. And, realistically, if we start getting into the fines of thousands of dollars and stuff,
It's a hole that she can never get out.
it's almost a hole you never get out. So my aspiration is to try the best that we possibly can to get people a license and get them back on the road.
Your Honor, I agree with you.
Yeah.
However, can we agree that if they come back with more tickets after we give them this opportunity, they don't be so generous?
I guess we can.
If they keep on driving, getting racked up tickets,
Look, Mr. Goss, you're the man that makes the deal. You and Mr. Walling or whoever. I'm only here to accept, and but if we say if it's a clear cut thing, but we got so many thousands of cases, how are we gonna remember if they came back?
I remember.
All right.
Like Mr. Green, I remember Mr. Green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
As long as Mr. Goss doesn't confuse one Mr. Green for another Mr. Green.
All right. I
got a name there.
I think Mr. Goss, he's got a pretty sharp memory. I'm not going to even question that. I think he can differentiate. But why don't we agree with this? Why don't we, when we cross that bridge,
we'll have a discussion.
We'll have a discussion.
Okay. As long as we can discuss it.
We always in here everything is up for discussion, right?
Good segue, Judge. You wanted my client, Ms. Garrett, to plead to 2 cases, I believe state tickets. I'll let you pick the 2, but I'll tell you what my thought is. 1, okay. If it's a license ticket, let's do 1 failure to display. And for 1 civil infraction, let's do a blockading traffic and call it a day.
I was even going to do a little better than that.
All right.
It's not enough in there. It's mostly failure to display and allowing. And it's like that's all the state tickets are allowing and driving no ops.
But what we did with Mr.
He had some state tickets were able to do blockading, but I don't think on that one, on her 6 that I gave you, I don't think that you have the opportunity to use.
She has
there is no civil infraction that we're talking about there?
She does. She has a disregarding a red signal.
No.
And she has a failure to stop.
Yeah, that's the judge. I'm done.
So let's,
Oh, so you're just gonna give her those two?
Let me see.
then, we're trying to get her no points. So let's do one blockading and one failure to display and we're done.
Well, let me say this.
All
Of
right.
course, I get her to no points. I wish I could get her to no abstraction as well. But so what I was thinking was we do her 2 blockading traffic. What I was thinking was I'm trying to be consistent with everybody that we can be. And Mr. Garner, we got him 2 well, I guess one is abstractable.
Well, I will tell you this on consistency, Your Honor. Consistency is a beautiful thing, unless it's not a beautiful thing, you know? So I like consistency so I can tell my clients, I believe this is what we're going to do. But of course, you know, as an advocate, I always try for just a wee bit more. But if you want to do 2 blockading traffics, who am I to stand in the way of that? I'm good with that, Judge.
I would think you wouldn't have any objection to that.
Mr. Whalen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Goss. You have a comment?
You got me laughing over here.
He's all over.
You know,
Anything missing, just let me know, dude. I tried to.
I look forward that we're both negotiating with the judge at the same time instead of taking turns.
Actually, I like this way better.
I sure you do.
Oh, you really want to come down here?
There is a lot from my end that is not good about this. So,
okay. Like you have to print out all the files and stuff and the recommendations yourself instead of just grabbing the file.
You know, sometimes I get, and you know, if it's a small docket, I can figure it out. But sometimes I get 50 different numbers and trying to arrange numbers with charges so I can talk to people about points and abstracting and stuff. Sometimes it's a little hard for me to go back and forth from one screen to another. So
I get it.
that's one of the issues. Another of the issues is sometimes hard to read people's writing, but I can kind of guess it if I'm looking at a docket and trying to figure it out. But, you know, none of these problems can be fixed. And of course, not that anyone goes to jail on my watch, but it's, you know, this is good because it's very hard to put someone in jail on Zoom. You really got to work at it.
When you got the 500.3, that's a state or is that city?
That's state 500 state.
Okay. All right, so here's the deal here. We have, this is your right here, isn't it? I can toss this one. That's the old.
The old one, yeah.
What we'll do is we will failure to stop us as a city. So we only have one state ticket that will that is going to be amended to blocking traffic. And we already have been out allowing an unlicensed person to drive. I think it's the best one for her. Do 3 month delay. And do 3 month delay.
That way, if she won't have a conviction.
Okay. But then the fine is gonna be $240 and $175. And what we'll do for her is we will waive all her reinstatement fees on the other matters. And, you know, and they're 2020 matters.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I think the latest I see is 2019. And that'll be that. I'm gonna bring her in the room. All right.
Head back to my office.
Ms. Garrett.
Is the court reporter?
Yes.
Mrs. Davis, are we on?
Yes. Ms. Garrett?
Yeah, hold on, Ms. Garrett. Okay, Ms. Garrett, here's the deal. You have 11 matters, only one matter before the court today. But what I like to do, and I'm Judge Sean Perkins, what I like to do is I like to make sure that we look in the record to see if there's anything outstanding. So we found your first matter that was the only matter up for today, and we found the 10 other matters that you have. So I'm gonna give you the opportunity, and I'll let you know what I'll do today. Keep in mind that you do have the opportunity to take the offer that I'm going to present to you, or you have the opportunity to take it to trial and see what you can get that way. And we have Mr. Balling on the line that would be there for you in the event that you wanted to speak to an attorney about your options and the repercussions and all that behind it. So, first of all, we have tickets and from various dates allowing an unlicensed person to drive. That ticket was issued on 7/1/2019. At the same time, you got an unregistered, untitled vehicle, and at the same time, you got a no proof of insurance. And you had on 5/9/2020, you have a driving while license suspended. On the same date, you got a failure to stop. And on the same date, you have a no insurance. Ticket that you have up today is from 10/27/2020, And that is a driving while license suspended. And 12/26/18, you have a disregard of red signal. You have on that same day a no proof of insurance, a no unregistered vehicle, and a driving while license suspended. So that's what I have up today. So what I'm prepared to do is I'm prepared to offer you to plead straight up to the allowing an unlicensed person to drive. I'll fine you $240 in that matter. And I'm also prepared to offer you a blockading traffic for the disregarding a red signal ticket. On that allowing an unlicensed person to drive, I'll also give you a 3-month delayed sentence. And what that will do for that ticket, you'll be fine. If you don't get in any other situations in 3 months, then you will be able to, and you pay your fines and costs, then you'll be able to have that ticket, the delayed portion will be removed and you won't have that misdemeanor on your record anymore. This disregarding, I think that was a disregarding a red signal. Yeah. Then what I would do with that ticket is I would be prepared to amend that ticket to if you plead responsible for that ticket, I will amend that ticket to a blockading traffic. That ticket causes no points, no abstraction on your license, as does the allowing an unlicensed person to drive. It's no points, no abstraction on your license. And I'll charge you $175 for that ticket. And upon payment, you will be basically clear here in the 36th District Court. I'll also tell me what your situation is. Are you working, Mr. Garrett?
If I may ask the question, Judge, what happened to 2 blockading traffics?
Well, I would like to be able to do that for her, but as I see here, I only have 2 state tickets that I can, I only have that. The city is dismissing every ticket they have.
Right.
So there's not a civil infraction in the state portion. That's the only civil infraction that I have. So that's the only one I can offer her the amended thing. Yeah, it would be better if I had another state ticket that was a civil infraction to be able to do that, or if the city is willing to give her one, amend one of those tickets, and then we dismiss the state tickets. I can find out if he's willing to do that.
I will tell you what my concerns are, Judge. I find it very difficult for the people to allow someone to drive their motor vehicle. Therefore, very often that is an illusory plea. And again, I don't have the ticket, I don't know the facts, but that has been my experience over more years than I would claim.
I agree with you, counsel, definitely.
I think then, Your Honor, you know, since we were discussing 2 blockading traffics, I think the court in your discretion I'm more than willing to plead to one of the city matters and that one state matter. We get our 2 blockading, both of the entities get their piece of the pie, as it were, and we're done with this.
All right, let me speak to Mr. Goss. I don't think that he'll have any objection to that.
To something that he was willing to dismiss.
Do you understand what's happening, Mrs. Garrett?
Yes, sir, I do.
Your lawyer's doing the negotiations here.
And Ms. Garrett, let me ask you, are you working?
Yes, I work at a hospital right now.
Okay, how many hours a week do you work?
I work anywhere from 40 to 65 hours a week.
Okay, so you're getting, you can pay, huh?
I could pay if it's a reasonable price. That's why I never got my license, because it was extremely high. I have 2 kids.
All right,
So,
we're trying to make it reasonable for you. That's what our goal is. We're trying to get you back on the road legally, because we understand that you got to get to work and you need a license. So that's it. Also, I want to tell you that if you got any cousins, brothers, sisters, mothers, aunts, grandmothers, grandfathers that have any outstanding things with the last name of G or L, tell them to zoom back in. Tell them to zoom in too, so we can get them back on the road legally. All right.
yes, I will.
Be careful what you wish for, Your Honor.
And we know something. Hey, we're here to serve the people, right? And our main objective is to get people on the road legally, so we can end this vicious cycle of all these fines and costs and things like that. But you got to do your part too, Miss Garrett, and stop running these red lights and zooming up and down the street too.
And what's crazy is, out of all of my tickets, I got 1 traffic stop for running the red light, and after that, it was like a revolving door.
Right, I see.
Pop up your plate and boom, they pull you over.
But at least when you have a license, everybody makes a mistake, and you happen to miss that no turn on red sign or something. At least when you have a license, then you only have to deal with that civil infraction. You come check in, you may or may not get it dismissed as 1 fine, and you go about your way. In these instances, without a license, then they give you the whole battery of things, and nobody wants that. I'm gonna go ahead and so Mr. Walling, there's some civil matters that are dated to the 18th. If you make your motion, then we will see if we can set aside those defaults and move to get those tickets, so give Mrs. Garrett an opportunity to litigate those things. So in the meantime, I'm gonna get Mr. Gosson here, but I'm gonna go ahead and start. And can you come back in for a second? Okay. So we're gonna go on the record. This is the state of Michigan versus Sade, Renee, Marche, Garrett. Did I get that right, Ms. Garrett?
Yes, sir.
These are case numbers. SP 1004799, counts 1, 2, and 3. Case number SP 1082766, counts 1 and 2 and 3. Case number SP 11291591. We have case numbers SP 959219, counts 1 and 2 and 3. And case number SP 95922221. Appearance for the record, please.
Your Honor, my name is Philip X. Walling, P35229. I am your House Counsel today. Say your name for us, Ms. Garrett.
My name is Sade Garrett.
So, Your Honor, we're here for a show cause. I'd ask the court to, we'd waive any kind of formal reading of the complaint warrant. I'm going to ask the court if there is any kind of bench warrant to recall all the bench warrants. But most importantly, Your Honor, at this point, I am asking the court to set aside any default judgments.
The court will recall the warrants. We'll enter a not guilty plea on your behalf, Ms. Garrett. And if there's no objection from the people for setting aside the default judgments.
Dante Goss, P60162, they have a state of Detroit. There's no objection.
And Mr. Goss, we had some discussion, about consistency on the record, and what we came up with was if you were willing to amend one of the civil infractions, she would plead to blockading traffic on one of your civil infractions, and we'll have her plead to the state ticket, and we'll dismiss the rest of that. And is that something? Let me go off the record.
What was the?
Okay, we can speak off the record now.
What was the issue with allowing?
Allowing, Mrs. Garrett, albeit is working pretty good. I don't think she's making that much money. And the fines. What do you make an hour, Miss Garrett, if you don't mind me asking?
I make $12 an hour.
The basic was just trying to be as consistent as I possibly could with that. But, Your Honor, if you have,
you want to do one charge, that's what you have her speak to that one. It's the same, if you look at the money wise, you have to speak to a lot with 3 month delay. It's the same, pretty much the same amount.
That's why we called you. That's why we called you. Okay. All right. How about that, Mr. Walling? Discuss that with the client. We'll just have your client plead to one count of allowing an unlicensed person to drive. I'll give her a 3-month delay. I'll fine her $240, and that will be that.
Again, Your Honor, and this is discussion I should have with Mr. Goss and you and I over a cup of coffee sometimes. But this is for my consistency sake. In a normal situation, I would do that, but I'm kind of, be honest with you, Judge, I'm trying to test you a little bit. And so this is what we discussed. I explained to you my rational reason for not wanting to change it to the allowing an unlicensed person to drive their motor vehicle, although I see points both ways. In this particular case, I'm not overly concerned about whether it's abstracted or not. I have my guideposts too. And again, if I got an offer for 2 blockading traffics, I'd like a doggone good reason for it other than it's not going to be abstracted. The blockading isn't going to be abstracted.
Well, if what I'll give the best reason that I'll give for this, and is that if I did give Miss Garrett 2 blockading traffics, I would charge her $175 a piece.
Right.
So that would be $350 worth of fines, as opposed to the $240 worth of fines that would come with the allowing an unlicensed person to drive. And the delayed sentence would cause Mrs. Garrett, if she made that payment, as soon as she made that payment, I would be willing to close it out completely. So it's saving her $110.
Wait a minute. It's 200 and what for the allowing?
$240 fine.
Right.
So it's saving her $110. I do understand, as the very good lawyer that you are, your apprehension sometimes to pleading to allowing an unlicensed person to drive. But we have to keep in mind that Mrs. Garrett has 11 matters in front of the court, and when you weigh those things out, what are we talking about? We're talking about trying to save Mrs. Garrett as much money as we can, make her accountable for something, and the effect for Mrs. Garrett is that if you immediately pay these things, that 3-month delay will just go away. She won't have a record and won't have to worry about anything anymore. And if she doesn't, and she goes back out there and runs red lights and failure to yields and driving with no license, then we have the opportunity to call Mrs. Garrett back. So it's sort of a twofold thing. It's sort of a thing to help her out, but it's also a thing to say, hey, the best thing for you to do is get this paid as quickly as possible. But if you don't, then we're still going to be here and have some oversight over your driving, where everybody is held accountable.
And Mr. Whalen, you also have to realize that the city's position is we are dismissing on a plea with the state.
I understand that.
If the judge asked me for additional charge, to do a charge, I can't just do one. I would have to add 2 or 3 more charges because of it. So 11. So if I'm saying if the judge asked me if he want me to revoke the plea to the state, I would have to add more because it's 11 charges. So I was giving deference to the state charges alone.
Now, Mr. Goss, I've been doing that this a long time. You don't have to add 2 or 3 because I'm asking you to plead to one that you were this anyway. Now, come on.
Mrs. Whaley, it's 11 charges. She has 4 with the city, and I'm calling myself just letting the state handle that matter. But if I have to get involved in it, I can't go. No way I can tell my bosses that I've let one charge out of 11. So
well, first of all, there's only 4 for the city, so you're having 1 charge out of 4 that you were willing to dismiss anyway.
I was willing to plead to the state. Her plea to the state.
Okay, go ahead. Let me let you heard what I have to say. Let me hear what you have to say, Mr. Wallen.
Maybe I'm stuck here on the mathematics, but I thought previously, the blockading traffic was $175. Is that correct?
Correct.
So 2 times 175 is $350.
Correct.
You told me that if she pled to the one of the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, that would be when you add up all the fines, costs, assessments, etc. That's 240 plus 175. So I'm
No. I'm saying allowing an unlicensed person to drive, that's all I will dismiss everything else.
Oh, well, that's a horse of a different color.
I knew that we had a little disconnect there because I was thinking I was doing a lot better than the first thing that we but you know, as a good attorney though, I do respect the fact that you are making sure that Mrs. Garrett comes out of here in the best possible situation. You know, so I do respect that. It's just a little bit of disconnect between us. And now that we got that clear, I'll hear what you have to say.
Well, what I should say is Mr. Goss can leave as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
How's that, Your Honor?
Is your client okay with it?
Okay, let's go back on the record. So we had a pretty good spirited debate and discussion about how we're going to proceed forward. And the court was willing to allow Mrs. Garrett to proceed in pleading guilty to the one count of allowing an unlicensed person to drive and fining her a fine of $240. We will offer her a 3-month delayed sentence. Excuse me. And we will dismiss the rest of the matters per the state agreement, and we will dismiss the matters for the city. Mrs. Garrett, do you understand the what's been being offered to you?
Yes, I do. So
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted clarification that after the tickets were dismissed, my only fine would be the $240.
Yes.
Okay.
There may be reinstatement fees, Your Honor.
Right, of course, right.
Well, I was going to say that what we'll do about the reinstatement fees for the 2018 matters, Mrs. Garrett, I'm gonna have you eat those reinstatement fees. All right.
Okay.
That's too far out for the. So we'll have 1, 2. All right. So what we'll do is I'll charge you the 2 reinstatement fees for the 2018 matters. And I will waive the reinstatement fees for the newer matters.
Okay.
So that's going to add another $90 to your grand total, but that $90 is not a part of what we're talking about today. Essentially, the $240 is what needs to be paid in order to get this case cleared up. And with that, you'll have, upon payment of that, you will have an opportunity to not have anything on your record at all.
Right.
Okay. So the $90 is going to need to be paid before you can go back to the Secretary of State and get your license. So you do understand that you have a right to take these issues to trial, correct?
Yes, which I would like not to.
Okay, I would think so. You sound like a very smart young lady. So, if you're willing to take that, we can put this on the record.
I am.
Okay, this is the state of Michigan. Oh, did we already put this on the record, correct? Okay, so what we'll do, Mrs. Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. What we'll do is we will, for ticket number SP 1004799, count 1, can you raise your right hand, Mrs. Garrett? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Or you can put your hand down. So, directing your attention back to the date of July 1st, 2019 at 9:52 a.m. Were you driving in the area of Curtis Street and Warwick Street?
Yes.
And did you have an occasion to be, well, let me strike that. Were you on the Curtis Street and Warwick Street? Did you have the occasion to allow an unlicensed driver to drive your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew that person didn't have a license, correct?
Yes.
And you allowed that person to drive anyway, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and do you understand by taking the plea today that you understand that you have a right to a trial, right?
Yes.
And you understand by taking the plea today that you're giving up that right to a trial, correct?
Yes.
And has anyone threatened you or promised you anything other than what's been exchanged on, been presented on the record in order for you to plead guilty in this matter?
No.
Okay, and you're pleading guilty because it's on your own free will, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm satisfied with that. You're satisfied, Mr. Wallen?
I am, Judge.
You're satisfied, Mr. Goss?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm satisfied that the plea is taken knowingly and willingly. And what I will do is I will, based on that, I will dismiss, per the agreement, I will dismiss case number SP 1004799, counts 2 and 3. I will dismiss SP 1082766, counts 1, 2, and 3. I will dismiss SP 11291591. I will dismiss SP 9592191, counts 1 and 2. And I will dismiss SP, well, strike that. I'll dismiss SP 959219, counts 1, 2, and 3. And I'll dismiss SP 9592221. I will assess a $240 fine on the matter that you pled to. I'll give you as much time as you need to pay, Mrs. Garrett.
Thank you.
And how much time do you need? I will also, let me say, I will also accept that plea under a 3-month delayed sentence. Once you make that payment, Mrs. Garrett, then I will dismiss the case as long as you don't get any other infractions within the time between the time you make the payment and now.
Okay.
How much time will you need to pay?
I would say in the next 2 weeks, I can have it paid.
Okay, well, as a control date for this, what I will do.
You want to give a date 3 months out, Judge?
I'll just give you September 3rd, 2021 to make the payment. Again, Ms. Garrett, if you can't pay that, if you find yourself in a situation where you can't pay that, please zoom back in on that date so that we can see if we can find another avenue to assist in helping you get those fines and costs paid, because I don't want to see any extra penalties added to that, and I don't want you to lose this opportunity of this 3-month delay. So I would suggest that you scrape up whatever you can as soon as possible, pay it, and get it closed out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I also will expect you to pay the reinstatement fees on SP 9592193 and SP 9592221. And I'll waive the reinstatement fees on all the other matters. So again, those reinstatement fees are not going to be a part of this matter that you're pleading to. That will just be something that you'll need to take care of before you go to the Secretary of State. I don't know what you have, if you have anything out in any other jurisdictions, but if you make that payment and you pay those 2 reinstatement fees, you'll be clear of the 36th District Court.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do you have any other questions?
No, y'all covered everything.
All right, so with that, that'll conclude this matter. I'll say this again, Ms. Garrett. Now this is off the record here, Ms. Davis. I'll say this, hey, if you got any other relatives, friends, we all know everybody that needs help on their driver's license. Tell them if they got the letters G and L, tell them to chime in, and we'll see. It may not be as good a deal as you got today, because you got the Cadillac of the deal here.
Yes.
But we'll tell them to chime in, and we'll try to get them cleared up with the 36th District Court. All right.
And O, Your Honor.
Thank you.
GLN.
GL&O.
GL&O. See, I got more people than
Glow.
I like that. See. All right, Ms. Garrett.
All right, thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
You too.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you, Mr. Wallen.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor?
Certainly.
I was always informed that this court, any court, could not waive the reinstatement fees. And the reason I believe that is I was informed that when you tried to do that on the computer would not allow it.
Well, see, we got a good clerk here, so, some clerks are better than others, I guess. And again, hey, I'm in a state of a learning period, and there may be some things that I might not be doing right, and I'll accept that. And if it's some consequences behind it, then I'm willing to accept that as well. But until those times, what my main objective is, and I'll keep this consistent, is to try and be as fair as possible, and try to get people that this revolving door of coming in without a license, we'll get this stuff cleared up.
Be bold, Your Honor.
Be bold. There you go. All right, Mr. Wallen. I don't know if we're going to have anybody else, but the same thing will apply if, I don't know what time your representation will end for the morning docket.
I like high noon.
You like high noon?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wiley.
I'm talking about what time the people, what you call it, are paying.
I believe high noon works.
Okay. Well, as an officer of the court, I know you won't misrepresent anything, so I'll take your representation of high noon.
Hardly ever intentionally. That's why I told Mr. Toss to just go back to his office.
I know that's right. So again, we'll treat it the same way. we'll leave the Zoom open. We'll leave YouTube open so we can have all of our fans and the public have this open court. So we'll take all comers, and you can go ahead and I will let you know if we get anybody else.
I'll be ready when you're ready, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Always a pleasure, Judge. Thank you. I look
Always.
forward to working with you for a good long while, Judge.
Pardon me?
I look forward to working with you for a good long while.
I do too. That would be great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye now.
Judge, I hate to be printing while you be talking, but sometimes
I'm not worried about that.
all right, I've been trying to get some of these work out.
It's crazy. Yeah. Okay, I'm going down. I'm making notes and everything.
I've been trying to pay attention.
Hmm?
I said I try to pay attention, and follow the judges. Phone be ringing sometimes,
They're gonna be mad.
Hold on a minute.
It won't be the first time. That's for sure. I'm sure it's not. That's just asking why.
You said it won't be the first time somebody been mad at you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I said, just ask my wife.
Just ask her,
She
be mad all the time.
Oh, man. I get on her nerves.
Aw. How long you been married?
20
years.
It'll be 23 years this year. I've been her 27 or 8.
27, okay.
It was kind of.
My girlfriend, her husband been married for 30 years.
Copy the law.
Jill's Perkins. Myron, how can I help you?
So we done?
Looks like.
Okay, 330
Don't forget,
434
I have
0000.
hearings this afternoon. Right, and it should be written up. So, if you have any issues, say it to somebody else. If I'm, depends how long my hearing goes.
And how long does it usually take?
I have a 2-page docket. So
Those are those what?
those blank hearings.
Oh, yeah. What's the officer's name?
No, the ones I do is from the building safety department.
Okay.
Oh, you do those?
Yeah.
Where the hell those at now?
Everything on Zoom.
I mean, like, what courtroom?
No, over on K-Mac.
Oh, okay.
And actually, the judge
They
is
used
at
to do
home.
those over here, no, not the building, they say.
Oh, that's on Wednesdays at down at 4:40.
Oh, okay.
Wednesday mornings,
They need
4:40.
done to comply. So you doing building and safety with the apartment buildings?
Yeah, apartment building six.
I got some complaints about my apartment building.
What area do you live in?
Over there, 400 River Place.
So
Yeah,
downtown.
Mhm.
Oh, you $100.
Let me find out who's the inspector over there.
What you said?
Let me find out who's the inspector.
Yeah, find out, because I got some big complaints. I'm about to move anyway, but I still would like my apartment condemned. Can you do that? Like a unit can get condemned where they just can't rent it out until they do the repairs? Because I don't want
to
to.
fine. Keep getting fined.
They just keep getting fined because I don't want them to keep renting this unit out to people, and then the same people, more people move in and they go through what I went through.
Is that down there on Joseph Campo?
Yeah. But I live in the 400 building, which is off Maduro.
Okay.
Yeah, my windows haven't worked for a long time. I've already had them come out there, but it was like right before the pandemic hit. I couldn't get the paperwork. You know, how they had the paperwork, I gotta go down there and get it.
Okay. I found out and I found out.
Good to know you do that though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they not right. They sold that building though. See, the Detroit pension fund.
Oh, yeah.
And then when they sold it from the pension fund, so all the rent would go to the pensioners. And then they sold it to some people out of West Bloomfield Fields, and once they took it over, they just stopped taking care of the building. Because see, if you had complaints, you could actually write the pension board and tell them your complaints. They sold it, so now. Sometimes they just think just because you live in Detroit, you just want to live with grime and stuff.
Well, you know, when they got the pensioners board, it's got a little bit more. They're gonna protect themselves a lot better.
Yeah, they're gonna protect their funds.
Private owner is. He's just trying to get by as make as much as he possibly can with little as investment.
Yeah, since we don't have rent protection, you know, because we never really had a rent problem. But since now they got all these buildings coming up, you know, they can do whatever they want to. Like he tells my manager in my building, say something like, oh, it's not, what did he say to me? He said, it's not fair housing that you pay less than everybody else. I think you're only that's all right.
What does he mean by that?
So due to the fact that I've been there for all the time, I've been there 19 years. So since my rent is not as high as everybody else's because I came here first. And since the city doesn't have rent protection, they only protect people with Section 8 housing. So everybody else is just at the whim of their landlord. So since I don't pay market rate, he claims, because I've been there so long, so it's not fair housing to everybody else in the building.
I don't understand.
I don't either.
This is a new person, right?
This is somebody that runs the management.
Yeah, he's out of his mind.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you talking? I'm like, huh? But he's from Chicago. And he is, you know, I'm like, what are you talking about? But he's trying to be slick. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah. Now, where are you going to move? Do you know?
Hopefully, if everything goes well, I'm supposed to be moving around the corner.
And which building is that?
I'm moving into it's Wood Circle Drive. It's right off Robert Bradley, you know where the Anwood Cemetery is. Mm-hmm. It's like a little cul-de-sac of townhouses, like right in there. Yep. So I know this contractor, so I was looking for a house since last year. But it was taking a while because every time I looked at something, it needed work on it. And so I reached out to somebody I know who fixed on houses, and he told me about this property. He told me to look at it. That's how I kind of found it, but it needs work on it. So I was supposed to close on the 28th, but I'm trying to do like a 203K renovation loan to go along with the mortgage. And it takes a little while because you have to have a contractor and this HUD consultant. It's, you know, kind of like appraise the property. So it takes a little longer because you need the contractor's bid and you need to know what the HUD is doing. And it all goes together with the appraisal.
You got that all in the works now? I
got it all in the works now, but they taking so long that the seller and them are getting like anxious, like, what are you doing? So they're supposed to be meeting over there. They're supposed to have met over there at 9 o'clock today. Yeah, so hopefully I'll be moving up out of there. But yeah, like I came home for lunch one day because my mom lived with me in her window. She asked the guy from the maintenance office just to come down and check on the window, and it just fell in. Window. No windows is big. They like real big. They big like this. It just fell in. On the maintenance.
It'll be a real nice building if they took care of it.
Yeah, but they not.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, I want the unit condition. I know it's not gonna happen. I would love them to do like don't really know until they do the repair. Then, you shouldn't be telling people that. It's not your house that I pay less money. Me. Yeah, I got some show calls for you to sign. I like living downtown, so I was kind of glad I found this property because I don't want to leave downtown.
My mom always walked the Riverwalk.
Did she?
She doesn't do it much anymore. She always used to talk about it. My first time, I've been on it like only twice, and then just been at right by your building. We went out and stood out there. We were at that hotel, River.
Robert's Riverwalk.
Yeah. And I stood out there, and another time I think we were at the Renaissance Center or something.
It'd be crowded down there.
But the first time I rode my bike a couple weeks ago, all the way to the Riverwalk, I was like, this is so sweet. I couldn't believe it. I was like, dang, I've been missing out on this like this.
It's best to be out there like early in the morning. Like one day my car went down. I rode with them blue scooters. The ones you sit down on.
Oh yeah, I didn't know those were out there till last week. Because I saw that one laying over there by that deli by the law school.
Oh yeah, you gotta ride with it.
I saw that, I looked, I was like, isn't it? And my buddy was like, that might be one of the cities. I was like, somebody look at it up there.
They be dropping them everywhere. They
Yeah.
just, so I got the app and you just go and scan it and you just jump on.
Does it tell you how much battery it has, power it has?
Well, it'll tell you like the speed, so you just grab your phone, my phone off. You tap the app, I put some money on there, you just scan it. Once you scan it, it just turn on. And I was flying up the Riverwalk, and it felt so good. It was like, there wasn't nobody out there. I was like, this is kind of nice.
That's crazy.
So I've been like riding them, and then when I just get home, I could just drop it off at the house, you know?
I thought that was gonna be a dying thing. I didn't think
They
that
everywhere. I was watching I watch HGTV like binge watch all the time. And I was on HGTV and they was somewhere, I forgot what city they was in. They had them things laying on the ground there. I was like, what? They everywhere. That's the thing you want to wear.
Here is this one doesn't have a stamp. Warren, these are KPS, right?
No, these show calls.
Oh, for the afternoon.
Yeah, these are people who give to people. So all you gotta do is just sign right there. I signed the second page.
Oh.
If I didn't get it this time, I get it before.
Okay, so these are the basic show causes. So instead of issuing KPS, they issue the show cause. And do we know how many opportunities that they've had?
They've mainly just given them once. I'd be like in other courtrooms, sometimes I come in traffic. So from what I remember, they just give you once. And then after that, it's a shop cost. So it's got the date on there. If I did it correctly, you should have a date on there. And the Zoom meeting ID.
7/16.
And I'll just print out the rest of these so you can sign these too. I don't know how many times they've given them, but so far I know I think it's just once. Yeah. Okay, but she stepped away.
So no, it's a different day.
Yeah, I kind
You
of.
want them all on the same, in the package the same day, the same.
Mm-hmm. They can stay together, because I got colors on it. I just kind of broke it. I put some on, I put 28 on the 16, and the rest of it. If you see anything, just, wrong or anything, just let me know, okay?
I probably wouldn't know what I was on.
You see something on this spell or something.
Gutierrez.
Huh?
Gutierrez, we had Gutierrez Tapia first day. No, this is just, I'm just getting the names. We had Gutierrez Tapia the first day, and it could be some sort of relation. This is Gutierrez, but she's.
Oh, okay, I thought maybe I printed her stuff.
No, so
Okay.
Gutierrez Tapia is one of the persons that we have
Oh, okay, you might
There's
see that
another
name.
Gucci. I'm sure it's many Gucci residents,
Okay,
but that's the little stuff that stands out to
okay. Yeah, you might see Gucci all the time.
me. Right.
Yeah. That's the only thing about this docket. Sometimes you might have same person, two Johns, Gibson. You gotta check them birthdays. That's like a popular name on the docket. So that happens too sometimes. Yeah. Check those birthdays, make sure you're not. Everybody to do payroll when I was younger for a staffing company. And you have to check the names because sometimes people have common names and you might grab the wrong person in the payroll thing. Pay them.
You know how I get my email.
It should be a little box right there. See it right there? It's just not blue. Oh, right there. Right there. Minimize that. You can minimize all that Zoom stuff. Well, Judge, if you're gonna interview me, this will be a good time. There's everybody here. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
I mean, because
Interviewing is pretty much going on all the time.
Okay, all right.
And what I'll say to this is that so far so good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna allow everybody to do what they want to do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll make a decision, but what I will say is, I would hope that whatever decision I make, that people don't get, what I'm saying, offended or anything by that. And I don't think it's gonna even break down to somebody's not doing a better job than others. I think it's just gonna break down to, style and things like that. Everybody's style is a little different.
A little different, yeah.
Me personally, I don't have a problem with getting along with anybody really, So that's what I would say to, and I'm gonna say that to everybody too.
That you work with.
Is that called for?
Hold on, let me see. Just Perkins Court on this to my right. Can I help you? Hello? Thank you. Go ahead, Judge. You can talk. Judge Perkins Court on Mr. Myra, how can I help you? What's your driver's license number? Okay, hold on. Let me see here. L300 585 139 409. Okay, now go ahead, because I got your information. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Because when you came, let me see. When you came to court, let's see. You came to court on April the 28th. Let me see, because you got 3 misdemeanors that are not paid. Let me see what they're scheduled. And see, they were not scheduled that day. See, these you have went into default on these back in February of 2016. And so when you came to court, they were not scheduled. So you just pled to the 216 tickets. And the other 3 tickets still remain. So you were still responsible to pay them. So yeah, that's probably why they still remain. Mhm. Go ahead. Mhm. Mhm. Well, only thing I could do, I would have to research this, and then I would have to look into it to see what happened. So I would have to pull the tickets and then take a look at it. Okay. And then I would have to call you back. So you would have to give me some time to pull the information, see what I can see what happened in court, and I would have to call you back. But as of right now, I know those 3 civil infractions that you owe money on, they were not scheduled for. They were not scheduled for court, so that could have been why they didn't get addressed in court. So even before you had the court date, you still owe money for the civil infraction. So when you came to court on 4/28/21, Judge Langston, she handled 2 tickets. Then you were pled guilty, and then you paid on them, and those were closed. But you still had civil infractions that needed to be paid at the time. But I will have to let me just do a little research first, and then I'll get back with you and try to see what happened. But as of right now, I can't guarantee anything, but you still owe money for the civil infraction. Okay. They're civil infractions, and so in order to get, since they already defaulted, how the court does it, you would have to file a motion and post a bond. And once you post a bond, then you can get a court date at that time. Unless you have an attorney. Okay. So let me take a look at it, okay, and then I'll call you back. Hold on, I got your telephone number. Write it down. I got it. Be your call. Okay. Just gonna give me at least until tomorrow, okay? You might hear from me tomorrow. Normally I'll call people back later in the day around 4 o'clock. Okay? Okay, hold on. Bye-bye.
Enter your PIN. Enter your PIN.
she got pulled over for the technical equipment. And then she didn't have any of the stuff, her license, whatever.
Oh, you was looking at her? Martise. The only thing I can do for her is probably just pull, I just will pull the tickets to see where these tickets on the plea recommendation. Because sometimes stuff get missed. So I would just pull it. Maybe they didn't, maybe they were supposed to get dismissed and didn't. This young lady right here. She called and she said that she. Yeah, so I would just pull it. I would have them bring me the file once I get it. Once I do all my work, then I would just see what was on the plea recommendation. They might have been listed on the plea recommendation, and then they just didn't get entered. And then I would go ahead, which I would ask the judge what he want me to do, and then go ahead and dismiss them. I mean, if not,
Or we can get a motion in, I know that they don't want you to set aside the defaults. Is that what the practice is?
I mean, it's to me, working around, it's just always what the judge want to do. Sometimes they emotion it, the judge, the attorney emotion the judge, and the judge do it. Sometimes they don't. It just depends. Everybody got their own personal styles. I've seen judges where they won't waive the warrant fees. Everybody got, some judges have different fines. So, but it's like,
Wait a minute.
Good afternoon. How can I help you? Are you a retained attorney?
I am.
What matter are you zooming in on?
I'm here on, it's Johanna Lozano Rosales.
Say it one more time.
Last name is Lozano, Lozano.
Okay, I see the matter.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't start until 1:30.
Okay.
And so you can remain on Zoom. You can just mute your device.
I'll just hang out. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And I pulled a file. Do you want me to I can scan you the plea recommendation if there's one.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, let me pull the file and see. If you could just put your email in the chat, that would help me. And then I can send it to you.
Okay, I'm doing it right now. Did it come through to you?
I'm going to check it in just a second.
Okay.
I'm about to pull the file for Lozano's.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ooh. Is that your client? Is that Miss?
No.
Okay. All right.
Hey, how you doing? Okay, sounds great. All right, thank you.
You're muted.
Good afternoon, Johan Lanos. Is that your client?
That is my client.
Okay. Does she need an interpreter or she's fine?
No, she's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Is the city attorney available today by any chance?
We're gonna see if we can make sure that happens. Attorney Babby?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. How are you, Your Honor?
Let's say that again.
I said yes. How are you, Your Honor?
Very well. How about yourself?
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you very
let
much.
me say this. The city attorney did say that he is going to be in he has another docket this afternoon.
Okay.
You have okay. So there's an offer here.
There is. I just got it from our lovely clerk here.
And you want to see if you can make that better?
I was just wondering that on the court record, it says that there was a judgment that was rendered. And I don't know why.
Let me start.
Let's open up.
Let me get your, give me 1 second, Miss Babby.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's get this going properly. So all of our fans out in the YouTube world can have view open court if they want to. All right, let's see. Let's see here. So are we already on YouTube? Is that what-
We already live.
We're already live. It's on you, people.
All righty. Good afternoon, everyone. Court is now in session with the Honorable Judge Sean B. Perkins. While court is in session, please keep your backgrounds quiet and clear. Sit back where your names be called. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. So let me see what's going on. Mrs. Rosales, did I pronounce that right?
You did, Your Honor.
I guess I should say Mrs. Lozano Rales. I'm sorry. Let's see. So if I look up your name, do we have to put the dash in there?
I think you do. That's how I looked it up, Your Honor.
And Counsel Coppins, I'll be right with you as well. Who's your client?
I have Natasha Loris.
Okay, so what I do see is that, and Mrs. Lozano Rales, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It looks as if you got, let me it looks as if you got a wrong way ticket on December 17th, 2020 that you paid. And on the same day, you got a no insurance ticket. Counsel, does your client have proof of insurance?
Yes, I do have it. She sent it to me. I think my client may have paid this in error, to be honest. I don't think that she actually meant to pay it, knowing that it would accept responsibility by paying it.
And then I see that you had another ticket, and this is back in 18, and that I don't believe is a part of this thing, and I believe maybe back in 18, you paid a ticket to speeding, which you probably would have been assessed points to, but by now, maybe those points are, what is it, 2 or 3 years before those points fall off?
I think it's 3.
Okay, so she'll be close to having those points fall off anyway. So what my understanding would be is that you would ask to set aside any responsible plea that Mrs. Lozano Rales would have probably inadvertently injured by paying the matter, and you would like to have this an opportunity to relitigate. Is that what my understanding is correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So can you fax or email my clerk the note, the insurance proof that she had?
Yes.
And if that's done, then what the court will do is the court will allow Mrs. Lasagnas Rales to plead to the amended count of blocking traffic, and we'll dismiss the no insurance misdemeanor. Is that fair enough, Mrs. Babby?
Yes, and can I ask about the other civil infraction, the wrong way?
That would
That's a
be the one
two-point ticket.
that would be the one that we were dealing with. That would be the one that I would set aside the plea for, and then she'll plead responsible to blocking traffic on that one, and then we'll dismiss the misdemeanor.
Okay, so the offer would be for her to plead to that one. That's a 2-point ticket. If
Plead
and
to
the
the amended
dismiss.
count of blocking traffic for this 2-point ticket.
Oh, got it. Perfect. I'm sending it right now.
If you want something better than that, then you gotta do your thing.
I understand, Your Honor. I think we'll be happy with that. I just have to briefly just tell my client the situation.
You wanna go in the breakout room with your client?
If you don't mind.
Not a problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now your client must be on, is that your client in the bottom corner? Well, we have it in four squares.
It's
Headphones
Johanna.
on. Ma'am, with the headphones on, can you state your name, please?
Oh,
yes.
Unmute, Joe.
My name is Joanna Lozano Rosales.
Yes. So what name are you calling in? Oh.
Can you repeat that one more time, Your Honor?
I have it right here. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your attorney so she can explain to you what's gonna go on today, and you can have the ability to either take the offer that's available to you, go to trial. It'll be your preference.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you put yourself in the breakout?
Yeah. Put myself in the breakout. Now, do I have full control over this thing? No.
Let me see. Let me end it. Because let me end it. And then get it back.
Counsel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
This client's file.
I'm about to sign post now. And I log back here. Here. I took to the chat for him to send me an email. He never responded.
Counsel Collins.
Yeah, so I can send him the plea offer. He didn't respond.
Counsel, did you get the message in the chat from my clerk? She's wanting to know your email address so she can send you the plea offer here, and I can state it.
All right, I'll respond to her now.
Mr. Vassal, Attorney Vassal Johnson. How is it going, sir?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good, how are you?
Good afternoon. How may I help you?
Oh, House Counsel today.
Oh, sweet. Okay. So here's what I did.
Okay.
Mrs. Loris Rallos, Lasagnas Rallos. She has a ticket that she inadvertently paid. She does have counsel. Okay, you don't need that. That's scratch that. That's for Dante Gossett. That was something of the other issue. That's all right. So
okay.
Who else do we have on here? Mrs. Lamb.
Oh, Brandy Lamb. Okay.
Can you unmute yourself, Mrs. Lamb?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
How you doing, Ms. Lamb?
Hello.
Mrs.
Good,
Lamb.
how are you?
Very well. We're going to get your file. We're going to try to get you all square. Let me look up to see if you have anything. Miss Brandy Michelle Lamb.
Regina.
You have see, did you pay 2 tickets that went along with this, or is this just one separate incident?
I did pay a speeding ticket.
Drove while license suspended. And did you also pay a no proof of insurance ticket as well?
That ticket was actually dismissed. I did provide proof to the court.
Why wasn't what happened with the driver's? What happened with the suspended license? Why couldn't you handle that on the same time?
I wasn't allowed to pay it online. They told me I had to schedule a court date.
I mean, you said that the new proof of insurance that you got it dismissed.
Yes, I mailed in.
You had a hearing on that. You went to an informal hearing on that, right? Okay, I see.
Excuse me, this is the insurance from the.
I didn't need all this. All right. I'm gonna wait till my court reporter gets back on. She's having a little technical difficulties. We'll start with Sonia as well as see. The Moto E6. Can I get your name?
Antonio Little.
All right, Mr. Little, I'm gonna rename you.
I had a hard time working and I couldn't really hear y'all. I had to unmute it.
all kinds of stuff.
All right, seem like you got it together. You're not driving, are you, Mr. Little?
No, I'm really parked outside the 36.
Well, so you can bring that money on in once we get to you can take care of it right now, huh?
No, I ain't got to bring no money. I'm already prepared. I got everything I need. I came ready, man. It was during the pandemic.
Hey, Little though, I thought I was one that determined that though. You know what I'm saying? If you already know, then you don't need me, right?
No, I do need you. You so right. I'm sorry.
Oh man, Little trying to take me out of the job.
No, I'm not. You need your job. I just need to get me out this right here so I can go to work.
So, from my understanding, let's see what Mr. Little has. Okay, let me go to Mrs. Well, did I put Compton? Compton, who did you have?
Natasha.
This is
Sorry, Judge, I've got Natasha Loris.
Right.
And I did send the clerk my email address. I'm just waiting on that offer to come through.
Did you get it?
Thank you.
I was just gonna let them know that. Are we all set, Mrs. Davis? I guess Mrs. Davis isn't all set yet. We're still waiting on her to figure out her technical difficulty with her but here's the offer. Mr. Coppin, is to plead to the responsible to the accident, fail, stop, clear distance ahead. Excuse me, and dismiss count 2 and dismiss counts 1 and 2 on the other ticket, drove while unlicensed and no insurance misdemeanor.
That failure to use due care and caution, that's a 2-point ticket, Judge, is that correct? I can look it up. I thought you might know offhand, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Mr. Little's trying to take me out of the job, and Mr. Coppin's trying to make me work.
Sorry, I should do my own research. I'm sorry, Judge.
You're all right. You're all right, Counselor. We'll just have a little fun with it.
We're having too much fun this afternoon. I'm glad Mr. Little's here with us today.
You can't have too much fun.
Never too much fun.
What?
We might not want to be doing this right now, though, but never too much fun.
Well, I want to be doing this. You might not want to be doing this.
I sure don't.
I don't think I'm up on this.
Judge, I'm ready to take my shirt and tie off.
Say that again, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, I'm ready to take my shirt and tie off, Judge.
Oh, okay.
See, I knew I was in the right place today. I knew I just had to come.
All right, let's see what we have for accident failure to. Let's see, accident.
I was able to locate it, Judge. It looks like it is a 4-point misdemeanor ticket. So
that's a big one there, huh? You might want to speak to the city attorney on that one, huh?
Exactly right, Your Honor, I would.
Bitch, get the fuck off my phone.
Oh my goodness.
You got it worked out, Ms. Davis?
Ms. Lamb?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. All right. Let's start. Let me check and see if we can get a prosecutor. And once we find that out, we can get off and running and get people where they need to go. I know Mr. Little is anxious to get back to work.
Oh my goodness, I'm happy you know, Judge. See, that's why that's why you got the job you got, because you already know.
Man. All right, who else do we have that we haven't addressed yet? I'm just gonna go ahead and take care of your client, Mrs. Batty.
Thank you,
You
Your
guys
Honor.
get on with.
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's not a little. All right, so. Okay. This is the city of Detroit versus Mrs. Johanna Lozano Rales. Case number SP 114-67491 and case number SP 114-67731. Counselor, you want to put your appearance on the record and your P number as well?
Yes, Carly Babby, P82752, appearing for Miss Johanna Lozano Rosales.
Okay, good enough. So you want to make a motion, Counselor?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to move to dismiss the misdemeanor no proof of insurance in lieu of my client pleading responsible to blocking traffic. And I believe that would include dismissing the wrong way ticket as well.
All right, first we need to set aside the responsible plea in the matter of the wrong way ticket. It appears that Mrs. Lozano Rales inadvertently paid the ticket and wasn't advised by counsel before doing so, which in turn gave her the points that went along with the ticket. And from my understanding, that was not your intent. Is that right, Mrs. Lozano Rales?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So based on that, I'm going to allow you to set aside the responsible plea. I will accept and grant your motion to plead responsible to the amended count of blocking traffic, and I will dismiss the no proof of insurance in this matter. So other than that, let's just put this on the record. Mrs. Lozano Rales, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can put your hand down. On Mrs. Lozano Rales, on December 17, 2020, at around 4:22 p.m., in the area of westbound North I-75 entrance ramp, did you have an occasion to enter that entrance ramp the wrong way?
Yes, Your Honor.
And were you stopped by the Detroit Police Department and issued a ticket for that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm gonna accept your responsible plea to the amended count of wrong way one-way driving to the mini count of blockading traffic. I'm gonna assess a $175 fine in that matter, and I'm gonna dismiss the other matter. It looks as if you paid $170 initially. You're gonna have to fork out another $5, Mrs. Lozanez Morales. Are you able to do so?
Yes, Your Honor, I can do that.
Okay, so, I'll tell you, like I tell everybody else, I'll give you as much time as you need to pay. But I'm sure since you were able to afford a distinguished attorney like Mrs. Babby, then I don't think that $5 was too much of an inconvenience.
No problem, I can do that.
All right. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
with that being said, I think that will conclude this matter. Mrs. Lozanez Morales and Attorney Babby, you guys have the very best day.
You as well,
If you
Your
don't have any
Honor.
other questions, that'll conclude this matter.
It's always a pleasure seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're welcome. Okay, Mr. Coppin, it seems like you are going to be put on hold for a little minute in order for me to see if I can get somebody in here to assist. If you would like, we can put this matter over for another date and time where the courtroom prosecutor is available. That's going to be your pleasure.
That might be the better way to handle this, Judge, is just to put it over, and that way we don't have to. It sounds like they're handling another docket and it's spread out pretty thin today.
He told me this morning that he was gonna, on Thursdays, he does have another docket. So I don't have any problem with you guys. If you want to call in tomorrow morning, or not necessarily. I mean, if they're willing to, I like to be able to service you, Ms. Flores, when you come in, but due to the fact that I'm sure your attorney smartly wants to see if there's something better he can avail you to, then I think that would be the proper route, and I'm willing to do whatever you guys need to service you.
Yeah, and I think that would be great. If we could just adjourn it to another date, I'm happy to do that. Hopefully I'll have the opportunity to talk to. I'm sorry, Judge?
Do you have a particular day in mind?
No, not in particular. Maybe I'll try to get in touch with the city attorney in the meantime. So maybe if we just put it over for a week.
Okay, and if we do that, you can just, if you get it together, or if you zoom back in tomorrow, we'll put it on there for a week, but if you zoom back in tomorrow or anytime in between there, we'll get you squared away.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
All right.
All right. You have a good day, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So put it
6:10.
6:10.
You go.
Mr. Little.
I can email. Yeah, this is Mr. Little's.
That's Mr. Little's.
Yeah,
This is that's Lasagna's route. I got a mark on that.
Okay, that's good. You said you got it.
This is the one we just put over for a week. Okay. Mr. Little,
Yes, sir.
are you going to show me some insurance and registration?
Yes, sir. If you want my license, I'll show that too.
All of it valid?
Yes, sir. You can call the number, everything valid.
Do you have a way that you can email it to me, or I can come down here? If you're outside, I can come down and take a look at it.
Can you repeat that, sir?
If you're outside, I can come down and take a look at it. If
Yeah,
you don't have,
I'm outside. I'm at the 36, but I can show you.
Do you want his stuff? I put it in the daytime.
All right, put it up there, Mr. Lowe.
Judge Perkins Courtroom, Mr. Mayor, how can I help you? I'm okay.
Back it up a little bit, please. No, back it up on the screen.
Okay, hold on. Do you have court today?
All right, and let me see the insurance.
Okay, can I am going to.
Back it up on the other side.
One second.
All right. All right, based on that, I see that you have, you had insurance and registration, and I'm gonna dismiss these matters.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Based on your substantial compliance, let me put this on the record and not to let you go. So let me make sure you good and sound and like a man that handles his business, but I just want to make sure before you leave that there's nothing else out there in the world, a 36 district world, that you have to deal with.
And I do. I got a whole bunch of them, Your Honor. The same ones. That's back. The same one. I told them that it was when I needed my everything, it was a pandemic, so I couldn't go to the Secretary of State. So I had everything. I've been had everything. I got about like 3 of the same ones. No registration and no insurance. I got to come back to court on the 17th 2 times in the same day for the same stuff.
Well, I also have, are you Antonio Maurice Jr. Little?
Yes, sir.
92580. You have to enter in a vacant building without written authorization that you're scheduled to be heard or arraigned in front of me on 9/02/2021. You have for 2021 and equipment violation, improper or unauthorized equipment. You have a no proof of insurance. These are in default, and 11 to 15 miles over the speed limit in default. That happened on the same day.
Yeah, pretty much. And then this too. Just let me say this, Anna. All I'm saying is he pulled me over in the gas station. So when he pulled me over in the gas station,
hey, let's not, Mr. Little, let's not worry about that right now, all right?
Yes, sir.
Let's just get straight what we have in front of us. And you may or may not have to give your story and tell all the information behind it. We may be able to get you straight without the story. But what we're going to do is we're going to give you some options, all right?
Okay.
We'll start out like that. So that's coming at 6/17/2021 in front of me. And that was 12/29. No insurance. Okay, so what I'm going to suggest is that you come back when we have a court-ordered prosecutor so that we can put all of these things in one full, one bag and get you one good offer that you can live with, and then we do it that way. Because all I have here is an offer for a 2-count ticket. And it looks like you have that information, but on different days and different, you got pulled over for the same thing. And with all of these, the courtroom prosecutor is going to want to see that information and potentially dismiss all of them. And then you have this entering without permission that I would like to get taken care of as well. So is that possible? What I would suggest is we'll give you an email address. You email that registration and insurance ticket first. I mean, that your copy of those, the proof of that. And then we'll have that and we can come back, we can get all of these tickets up here and we can get all of these resolved on at one time. Does that sound like a winner?
It sounds like a winner. Can this even be a better winner? I'm right here at the 36th District Court. Can I bring my papers in?
Well, I don't want to take your copies of your papers.
I mean, y'all can print them and y'all, you know what I'm saying?
You can't email them through your phone?
I mean, I don't really have an email for real. Like, this was already hooked up.
Hey, can you just hold them until next time?
And when will be next time?
When you want to come back? You want to come back tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow, what time?
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so you want me to come to the 36th District tomorrow morning?
No, you don't have to come. You don't have to come down. You just zoom in.
All right, no problem. And then what's gonna be the difference between me zooming in tomorrow and today with the same papers?
Then the courtroom prosecutor will be here.
Oh, okay.
And then we still got that EWOP ticket.
Yep.
So that's gonna have to definitely be taken care of through him.
Okay. So
okay.
Yes, sir. So what time tomorrow?
8:30, 9 o'clock, right, Madam Clerk?
8:30.
8:30, 9 o'clock.
That's Mr. Little, correct?
I'll be here.
All right, no problem. So zoom into the same number?
Zoom into the same number.
All right, 8 o'clock, 8:30. All right.
All right, Mr. Little, be safe.
All right, you too. Have a great day, Judge. I appreciate you too.
All right, I'll see you in the morning. God willing.
No problem.
Mr. Copley?
So I had the opportunity to review the plea offer with my client, and I'm sorry I misunderstood. I see that if she pleads responsible to failure to stop and ensure clear distance, they're essentially dismissing everything else. And I'm sorry, I thought that was, I thought the plea offer was different, and I misunderstood when you stated it. When I saw the record, though, it is one that she wishes to avail herself of today.
And that failure to, you said that that's not a 4-point ticket? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Judge. It's a 2-point civil infraction.
Well, I was gonna give you an opportunity to see if you can do better than that, but if your client is fine with that, then I have no objection to that.
Yeah, I think a 2-point civil infraction is a pretty good result. We're pretty happy with that, Judge.
Okay. We'll take, yeah, I had to get back to you. This is Natalie.
Oh, here.
Did I get that right, Ms. Lawrence? Natasha Lawrence.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Just make sure. You do understand that by taking this off, or Ms. Lawrence, you're gonna have 2 points on your license?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna fine you, it was $170 in this matter. I'll give you as much time as you need to pay. And
Can I have until next Tuesday?
and the other matters will be dismissed. You can have as much time as you like.
Okay.
As far as, so with that being said, and you're okay with that, we'll call the case the City of Detroit versus Natasha Lynn Flores, SP 114437, count 1 and 2, and SP 114461, counts 1 and counts 2. As stated off the record, there's an offer in the file for you to plead responsible for count 1 of the ticket, which is a accident, failure to stop, clear distance ahead. I'm just making sure that that is just a 2-point ticket. I don't see that offense code written exactly like that. Which one did you look up, Counselor?
On 257.6271, code 2310.
257. Say that again.
Sorry, I have 257.6271.
Yeah, that would be the state. And my whole purpose for taking this time, Mrs. Flores, is just to make sure that what I say on the record as far as points are concerned, you're fully aware and understand that, and that if something else, so that nothing else comes up. So
Yes.
Maybe I need to get the city code.
So the city code.
Yeah, so can you look this one up for me, please? This is the first count there, the accident under the city.
What you looking for?
I want to make sure that the points that we're advising her on, the points are correct. The fine is going to be $170. Clear distance. Is that what it says on the one?
I'm looking for it. I'm searching for it. We gotta search for it. The computer is like, it works on like 3-digit numbers, and I don't have this one. So I don't want to know
All right, bear with me. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay.
And then we still have Ms. Lamb that's waiting.
Judge, I sent you something from the index traffic code, if that helps.
Yeah, the one from the state of Michigan, right?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Let me see what you sent. I have, you sent it to my email?
Phone, your phone?
Okay.
Let me put some information here.
Thank you, Pastor. Attorney Johnson.
You're welcome.
Now, my only thing is that gonna be the same? And I'm sure it will be, but that's what I was just making sure. This is written under the city code. And I was just making sure that it's the same as the state code.
I'm saying.
There it is right there.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
stop.
you said this one right here?
Assured distance.
Well, this one says, let me look inside here, because sometimes, let's see. See how it's got the pack number, it's the statement. It should be 463. That's what
It should be.
just the statement, I think. Okay.
Well, what we'll do is we'll take it like it is. And I don't think that there'll be any problem with doing it that way. If something comes up, council, where if the Secretary of State ends up putting 3 points on there instead of 2 points, then I wouldn't, of course, have a problem with allowing Mrs. Flores to back out of that deal, because that wouldn't have been something she would have agreed to.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I'm assuming it won't be a problem either.
Okay. So with that being said, Mrs. Lars, we will, if you're willing to accept that offer, we'll take you and charge you $170, give you as much time as you need to pay, and we'll dismiss the other 3 matters. Is that something you want to avail yourself to, Mrs. Lars?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So can you raise your right hand, Mrs. Lars? All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, I do.
All right, put your hand down. I'm gonna draw your attention back to December 10th, 2020, and at about around 5:51 p.m. in the city of Detroit, in the area of Van Dyke Street and East McNichols Road. Did you have an occasion to where you had an accident and you were, the Detroit police arrived?
Yes.
And did they give you a ticket for an accident or failed to stop within a sure clear distance?
Yes, they did.
And you do understand by taking this offer here, you would you do understand that you have a right to go to trial, correct?
Yes.
And by taking this offer that's been afforded to you, then you will give up that right, right?
Yes.
And has anyone made any promises or threats to you other than what's been stated on the record, Mrs. Lars?
No, sir.
You're taking that because you're responsible for that accident?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The court finds that your responsible plea has been voluntarily and freely taken, and that we'll accept that responsible plea. What I'll do is I will assess a $170 fine. Mrs. Lars, I'll give you as much time to pay that matter. How much time do you think you'll need?
I need a week.
Okay, well, just for a control date, Mrs. Lars, we'll give you, we'll put July the 7th, 2021 in the computer.
Okay.
And if you find yourself in a situation, either you or your attorney can chime back in where you can't get that paid by that date, then please chime back in, and we'll see if we can find out how to give you some more time, because I would hate for this to snowball into more penalties and fees. So with that, Mrs. Lars, do you have any other questions?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, how about you, counsel?
No questions at this time. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, with that, that'll conclude this matter, and both you, Mrs. Lars, and you, Mr. Coppin, have a very good day.
Thank you, Your
You
Honor.
too, Judge. Thank you.
And those other matters will be dismissed.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to get them better than the 2 points. See if
I know. I caught that.
I know, you know. Why not?
Right.
You know, it's just different than Zoom. You can just call in from anywhere. It's no big deal.
Right.
But that looks like well, I'll tell you what. Here's what I've been doing, Basil. There's no sense in you just sitting on the line. I know you got plenty other things to do. What I will do is, if there's somebody else pops up that wants house counsel, I'll just text you.
Okay. Well, we do have one person here. We have to put her record.
Oh, Mrs. Lamb, I'm sorry. Miss Lamb, you still there?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, Miss Lamb. I didn't mean to forget about you.
No problem.
All right, let's see what we got. And I was looking at that while I'm still trying to learn how to navigate and multitask, Mrs. Lamb. And you can see it might not be working out very well. Okay, so what we have today is we have one ticket. And the one ticket is ready to be dismissed. Now, I have that in the file, and the dismissal is based on the fact that you paid the civil infractions. Excuse me. You have you're not Michelle. You are Regina. Right? Do you have a driver's license, Miss Lamb?
Not currently.
Is your date of birth 10/24/1991?
Yes.
So you do have some other stuff. See, what I like to do is I like to check and make sure that what's in the file is everything that you have out there.
I do have another pending matter with the city. I did try to handle it about 2 months ago, but they said that a bond would have to be set by a judge.
Let me say this, Ms. Lamb, the more I look, you got plenty of pending matters with this, with the 36th district. So what we'll do is on this. We will. So.
Which one you talking about? What line? 14?
1736.
You said line 17?
Yeah.
You mean line 14?
How does it get to be?
Well, let's see. Plead guilty. She plead guilty. TS 16, 17. Let's see what happened. She plead guilty. Pre-sentence report. Sentence in November. Let me scroll down and see.
Supplemental sentence, $985 fine.
That's what the judge probably fined.
You recall that, Ms. Lamb?
Could you repeat that, Your Honor?
So you had an open alcohol in motor vehicle where you pled guilty to on 10/16/2017, and the judge fined you.
It's January 18. See what you plead. See how the judge fined her $500. And then she got a state minimum cost of 50 and 67 and 70. And this is her probation oversight fees, which is $210.
Oh,
So that's why it came. So she probably got some repays.
So then why does it say 1230?
She probably got
More
like,
penalties and stuff.
I'm trying to let me see. She probably got like, see how she got these reinstatement fees and late 20% penalty, $205.
Are you working, Ms. Lamb?
I am.
Are you working full time?
Yes.
See how that again. See right here, 17, 20, 205 and again 20% penalty.
I see.
So you see that? All right.
All right. What I'm gonna suggest to you is this. I would normally say, let's take this one, since it's a dismissal of a driving while license suspended, and you got counsel here, very, very good counsel to advise you on what you should do. But you have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 8, 9, 10, 11 cases? Am I counting that right?
Let me remember that because I read it.
Those should be closed.
No, they're not. I got, and then let me just make sure that I'm reading this right.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And then the top, read.
You got the one she in court for.
Yeah, it should be. It should be.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh, yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8. She got eight matters.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matters.
Mhm.
I'm trying to add on more. I'm sorry.
It seems like we need to separate.
So what I would suggest is this. I'm not gonna make a suggestion. I'm gonna say that, Mr. Johnson, there's at least 8 open cases. What I'll do is I'll recall all the warrants on there. I'll give her a personal bond on there. And while I do like the offer to the one case because you pled to it, I think that because you paid that fine, that the city attorney and Mr. Johnson can probably work out something that is that you're able to do to get this all cleared up in one whole thing. Now, what we can do, and what I will do, Attorney Johnson, is I can take this and dismiss this one based on the offer that's in the file, and I can set aside the warrants, give her a personal bond on the other one, and you can call in on the next court date. What's up to Mrs. Lamb? I'll give you a court date when you're available to come through, and we can hear the other matters. That's what I can do.
I would say that sounds like a great idea. Maybe give Ms. Lamb a court date to come back, like a pretrial date or what have you, to take care of all of her matters.
Okay. So is that so you want to just wait on this, put this offer aside and then just get one whole offer for everything?
I would say to address this one, because I would agree. I mean, she did pay the civil infractions. I did send her a chat saying next time don't. But I would ask that the court, accept the plea recommendation to dismiss, and then set her up a date to address everything else.
Okay. All right. You understand that, Ms. Lamb?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, we can do it that way.
So we're gonna dismiss the one she came in for today.
We'll dismiss the one she came in for today. Okay, we'll set a date.
Want to say 30 days or 60?
I don't know. When is it? When can you come back in, Ms. Lamb?
I can do Monday, the 7th.
Let me check the calendar and see how it's looking for you.
I mean, that doesn't matter.
You sure?
Go ahead, you can check.
Okay, she said Monday the 7th.
When are you gonna be back, Basil?
I do it sparingly. I'm not when I am going to be in your courtroom, but I'm sure there's somebody, somebody's assigned to you.
I mean, according to the figures, you got 3 adjourned, 15 regular on the bench, 4 trials, 37 free trials.
I'll take that back. I'll be in your court. I'm in the PM though. I'm in your court Tuesday and Thursday, but in the afternoon though.
So
I'm looking at Miss Roberta's.
Is there a way you can get back in on Tuesday or Thursday, Ms. Lamb? Because I would like you to probably be back with Mr. Johnson. He's a very good attorney, and he kind of understands what's all going on in the file.
That's the
Yes, I can do Tuesday.
And then they said you can, let's say house counsel, it's gonna be the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I can do it for the whole for the week. So I can let you know over here tomorrow.
That'll be great.
Tomorrow, Friday, I can give you all next week because she'll sit.
That'll be great.
Okay.
Okay.
So what day we gonna set this for? Tuesday?
We'll set this
For the 8th?
Tuesday in the afternoon. Mr. Johnson's gonna be back.
Okay, so we're gonna adjourn this to What about all the work cases? You want all of that to be
I
said?
just,
Okay, all
we
right,
gotta be here.
okay. Only reason why I paused because now through the court, I'm directed to other things. That's what you wrote. That's what-
Yeah, we'll
okay.
be here.
Okay, all the work cases to 1:30. Okay.
So, what we'll do, we'll call this case. This is the state of Michigan versus Mrs. Brandy Regina Lamb, case number SP 1146655.
May it please, I'm sorry.
One. Okay. Go ahead, Bob.
May it please Honorable Court, Vassal Johnson, P 72130 on behalf of Ms. Lamb.
Okay. So Ms. Lamb, as we discussed off the record, there's an offer in the file here to, based on your payment of the civil infraction, the city is willing to dismiss the, without prejudice and with stipulation of probable cause, the count one of the ticket, and that would be the drive while license suspended repeat offender infraction. If you, since you have paid the no insurance ticket, these matters, at least these ticket matters, will be closed. Are you willing to avail yourself of that offer, Ms. Lamb?
Yes,
Sure
I
you don't
am.
have- Right. Okay, with that being said, the court will dismiss case number SP 1146655, count one, drove while license suspended, repeat offender. As for the other matters, Mrs. Lamb, I will enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. On all the other matters, I will what is your situation? Have you lived in the city all your life, Ms. Lamb, or where are you currently live?
Yes, I'm currently in Southfield.
Okay, and you've been in this area, are you born and raised in this area, Ms. Lamb?
I was born in Detroit, born and raised in Detroit.
You're working as well?
Yes.
I will put a $500 personal bond. And the court has no reason to believe that Mrs. Lamb will not zoom back in on the given court date. And with that, I don't think is there anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Do you have any questions, Ms. Lamb?
No, I do not.
So based on that, that'll conclude this matter, and we will see you back on
Oh, I thought you, wait for me.
Yeah.
June the 8th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm sorry. I think I heard one.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Have a
Have a
great
good
day.
day, Judge.
All right, Attorney Johnson, I will see you soon. Good to see you. Always.
Always. Thank you, Judge.
What I'm thinking is those are state tickets. So,
I can leave you a number to call the state. I mean, if you ever want to, I have a telephone number for traffic. And if you ever want to just call the state prosecutor, I can leave it. So you can utilize it next we can, if you want to. I know y'all can just dismiss it.
I don't know if we can, I don't know.
Just at least you'll know who to contact just in case, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you today, tomorrow. You want me to let it tomorrow. I don't know why they, I guess because they just, I guess they don't care about the state. That's all, you know what I'm saying?
It looks like it.
Because you would think they would have somebody else. They used to have somebody, I don't know what, that's because of the pandemic.
So we have Laura's, that, I don't understand why he didn't.
They took the plea.
Yeah, they took
Okay.
the plea to
I think let me see, you got that in front of me. You write that down.
It's right there. They took what they got,
Just looking at it. Judge, you can't be doing that. You got. It's like because I won't be in here next week. You gonna have to write this. The clerks are gonna be looking like. Like what's going on?
I gotta get the hang of it.
Okay, so what happened? You gotta hear.
They just took the plea.
They took the plea. That's it.
Yeah.
240.
No, 170 to the accident ticket.
Did I do this one already? You said 170.
Yeah, I'll write it down.
No, I can.
170 to the act. I don't know why that lawyer didn't wait and get another.
And so everything else is dismissed. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, and Brandy, I dismissed that. I dismissed it. I was trying to take you on. That's why I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't here trying to interview myself. And every time you do, well, you don't have to print the warrants, but they say we're supposed to. So that's why every time you take a warrant off, it prints automatically. She had a lot of stuff. Good thing you checked. Didn't she? That's one thing about when I work with Judge Giles, he always run DHIs. To me, that's good because you grab everything.
What's the DHI?
Well, the DHI, like, he had his clerk. When he was on traffic, it's mandatory that you print defendant history. So when he get on the
How do I
bench,
do that?
let me see if you got access. This is basically what you're looking at. So, do F11. You have access. Put your cursor under the driver's license. The cursor. Get the mouse and put the cursor under the driver's license. F4. And now you know all the money that she owes the court. It shows everything but the reinstatement fee. You know, you have to go back and look at the reinstatement fees, but at least you know those are parking tickets.
And these are not actual fees.
Those is warrant. That's reinstatement and warrant. So see how you know without looking at the other stuff, you know automatically everything, instantly, everything but unless she hasn't paid the reinstatement fees. So this way, if it's not on the docket, you know these is matters that are not addressed. But instead of looking at it like that, so this is the quicker way to me. But the other way is good too. Now then you go back, shift F12. Let's come out of this. And then do her name. It's always best to check both ways because the figures could change. Put the cursor under her name, the same defendant. Okay. F4. If the money changed, then you know it was an extra ticket added. Because sometimes tickets get added without the DON.
There's some more extra money.
Okay, so that's how you double check to make sure you grab it. Parking ticket in there. But you see how you got everything.
How the money changed.
Because some tickets get entered without the driver's license number. And then some tickets get entered downstairs with the driver's license number. So a person can have tickets in the computer without the DOE and JIS. But I said DOE is short for driver's license. So sometimes it'll be in there, and then sometimes it won't be in there. So that's why you double check the grab of all. And then this other is, so working with him, he runs that. He makes sure that's with him. Every case he gets, he wants that. That's how he. Judge Dawkins. I like. Huh? Oh, excuse me. He knew he got a set up. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I like about him. He's kind to the workers. And then he's kind to us, and then he do his thing. You know what I'm saying?
I think he's a little too. I
know he's older. You know what I'm saying?
He's a little too hardcore.
But he's so nice. When you working with him, this is like job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's nice. I mean, so it's like. But you know one thing about it, they don't like when he do the dress code.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing. The judges have, what do they call it? Y'all have a canon that y'all have to follow. And in that canon, it tells you the judge can regulate the dress code.
Yeah, no, it's
yeah, but he do. He be like, I'll dress you. You want to go to the Wayne County Jail?
No, I know that.
Yeah.
And I see. I don't. What only problem I have with Judge Giles is that he puts people in jail for paying. And he'll,
I'll play it in advance and all of that stuff.
And I'm thinking, the one thing I can't say is that when they go to jail, that money comes.
That money comes.
But I realize that a lot of that time, some of the times is the people who got the money.
Yeah.
But a lot of that times it's probably family members that are taking out and making sure that this, so it's kind of taken away from somebody else.
Yeah, and then sometimes they'll be standing there with flashy jeans on.
About the dress code, I don't have a problem with him now. The other day with the guy at work, that's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because he's at least working.
Yeah.
And he's doing
Okay, just make